Odysseus ruled the rocky island kingdom of Ithaca from his palace overlooking the Ionian Sea, where olive groves cascaded down limestone cliffs toward harbours filled with black-hulled ships. Born to Laertes and Anticlea, he inherited not just a throne, but a reputation that would precede him across the Mediterranean world. His domain encompassed not only Ithaca itself, but also the surrounding islands of Cephalonia, Zacynthos, and parts of the mainland coast, making him a significant maritime power despite his relatively modest territorial holdings compared to kingdoms like Mycenae or Sparta. The young king distinguished himself early through his exceptional cunning intelligence, what the Greeks called metis, a quality that encompassed not just cleverness but strategic thinking, adaptability, and the ability to see solutions where others saw only obstacles. This intellectual prowess manifested in his skill at navigation, his talent for rhetoric in the assembly of kings, and his uncanny ability to devise unconventional solutions to seemingly impossible problems. Unlike Achilles with his divine blessed martial prowess or Ajax with his towering strength, Odysseus wielded his mind as his primary weapon, earning him the epithet Polytropos, the man of many turns, many ways. His marriage to Penelope, daughter of Icarius of Sparta, represented both a political alliance and a genuine partnership of minds. Penelope possessed her own formidable intelligence, matching her husband's wit with her own capacity for strategic thinking and patient endurance. The union produced a son, Telemachus, born just as the gathering storm clouds of the Trojan conflict began to darken the political horizon of the Greek world. The timing proved cruelly prophetic, as Odysseus would miss nearly his son's entire childhood and adolescence. When Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon called upon the former suitors of Helen to honour their oath and retrieve her from Troy, Odysseus initially attempted to avoid the obligation through an elaborate ruse. Feigning madness, he yoked a horse and an ox together and began ploughing his fields with salt, hoping to convince the envoys of his unfitness for military service. The stratagem failed when Palamedes placed infant Telemachus directly in the plough's path, forcing Odysseus to reveal his sanity by swerving to avoid harming his son. This incident marked the beginning of a bitter enmity between Odysseus and Palamedes that would have deadly consequences years later beneath the walls of Troy. Despite his reluctance to leave Ithaca, Odysseus proved instrumental to the Greek war effort from the conflict's earliest stages. His diplomatic skills helped maintain the fragile coalition of Greek kings, each jealous of their prerogatives and suspicious of their allies' motives. He served as mediator in disputes between Agamemnon and other commanders, using his persuasive abilities to prevent the alliance from fragmenting under the pressures of a prolonged siege. His tactical innovations included night raids, intelligence-gathering operations, and psychological warfare designed to demoralize the Trojans and their allies. The siege of Troy stretched across 10 grueling years, with neither side able to achieve decisive victory through conventional military means. The massive walls of Troy, built according to legend by Poseidon and Apollo themselves, proved impregnable to direct assault. The Greeks controlled the beaches and surrounding countryside, but the city itself remained stubbornly unconquered, its gates sealed, its defenders resolute under the leadership of Hector and other Trojan heroes. Supplies reached the city through carefully guarded routes, while the Greek forces faced their own logistical challenges maintaining such a large army so far from their homeland. As the war entered its final phase, following Achilles' death and the resolution of various personal vendettas among the Greek leadership, Odysseus conceived the stratagem that would finally breach Troy's defences. The idea emerged from his understanding of Trojan religious practices and their reverence for signs from the gods. Rather than attempting another futile assault against the walls, he proposed creating a massive wooden horse, ostensibly as an offering to Athena to ensure safe passage home for the Greek fleet. The construction of the Trojan horse required the skills of Epeius, master craftsman among the Greeks, who built the hollow structure large enough to conceal a select group of warriors while appearing to be a genuine religious offering. The horse stood nearly 3 stories tall, crafted from seasoned timber with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of Greek devotion to the goddess Athena. Hidden panels in its belly could be opened from within, allowing the concealed warriors to emerge when the moment came for action. Odysseus personally selected the men who would hide within the horse, choosing warriors known for their discipline, courage, and ability to remain silent for extended periods. The group included Menelaus, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, Philoctetes, and other proven fighters. Each man understood that discovery would mean certain death, not just for themselves, but potentially for the entire Greek army if the ruse failed. They entered the horse carrying only essential weapons and a small amount of water, prepared to remain motionless for however long the deception required. The Greeks then enacted an elaborate theatrical performance designed to convince the Trojans of their genuine departure. They burned their camp, loaded their ships with visible supplies and equipment, and sailed to the nearby island of Tenedos, remaining just out of sight behind its hills while maintaining the ability to return quickly when signalled. Only the massive horse remained on the beach, apparently abandoned along with a single Greek soldier, Sinon, who had volunteered for the dangerous role of convincing the Trojans to bring the horse within their walls. Sinon's performance proved masterful, claiming he had been selected as a human sacrifice to ensure favourable winds for the Greek fleet, but had escaped at the last moment. He warned the Trojans that the horse was indeed an offering to Athena, but one deliberately made too large to fit through Troy's gates, preventing the Trojans from gaining the goddess's protection by housing it within their city. This reverse psychology proved effective, as the Trojans determined to claim Athena's favour for themselves by bringing the offering inside their walls, even if it meant partially dismantling their gates to accommodate its size. The priest Laocoon's warnings about Greek treachery were dramatically silenced when sea serpents emerged from the waters to kill him and his sons, an event the Trojans interpreted as divine punishment for opposing the god's will. Modern scholars debate whether this incident represented genuine divine intervention, a coincidental natural occurrence, or a carefully orchestrated deception involving trained serpents, but its effect on Trojan decision-making proved decisive. As night fell over Troy, the horse stood in the city's central square, surrounded by celebrating Trojans who believed they had finally achieved victory over their decade-long tormentors. The Greek fleet remained hidden behind Tenedos, waiting for the agreed-upon signal. Inside the horse, Odysseus and his companions endured hours of cramped confinement, listening to the sounds of Trojan celebration echoing around them, knowing that discovery would mean torture and death. When the city finally settled into sleep, Odysseus gave the signal for action. The hidden panel opened, and the Greek warriors descended on ropes into the darkened square. Their first objective involved securing the gates and signalling their fleet, which raced across the dark waters from Tenedos. As the main Greek force poured through the opened gates, the warriors from the horse spread throughout the city, targeting key defensive positions and preventing organised resistance. The sack of Troy that followed represented one of the most brutal episodes in the entire war, as years of frustration, loss, and anger exploded in an orgy of violence and destruction. Greek soldiers, many of whom had spent the better part of their adult lives camped on foreign shores, showed little restraint in their treatment of the conquered city. Buildings were systematically looted and burned, with particular attention paid to the royal palace and the temple complexes that had symbolised Trojan power and divine protection. The Greek treatment of Trojan prisoners violated numerous religious and social conventions that governed warfare among civilized peoples. Women and children, traditionally protected under the customs of war, faced enslavement, sexual violence, and arbitrary execution. Elderly men who posed no military threat were killed outright rather than ransomed or enslaved. The systematic nature of these atrocities suggested not random violence, but deliberate policy aimed at ensuring Troy could never rise again as a regional power. King Priam himself died at the hands of Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who dragged the aged monarch from the altar of Zeus where he had sought sanctuary. This act of sacrilege, killing a suppliant at a god's altar, represented a fundamental violation of religious law that demanded divine retribution. The scene unfolded in the royal palace's Great Hall, where Priam had ruled for decades, his blood staining the marble floors where he had once received ambassadors and dispensed justice. The fate of Hector's infant son Astyanax exemplified the calculated cruelty of the Greek victory. Rather than allowing the child to live as a slave, the Greek leadership ordered his execution by throwing him from Troy's walls, eliminating any future claimant to the Trojan throne. This decision, while strategically logical, represented another transgression against the customs governing the treatment of non-combatants in warfare. Among the most egregious violations of divine law was Ajax the Lesser's assault on Cassandra, daughter of Priam and priestess of Apollo. Cassandra had sought sanctuary in Athena's temple, clinging to the goddess's statue in the belief that sacred space would protect her from harm. Ajax not only violated her sexually within the temple itself, but in doing so knocked over Athena's sacred image, compounding sacrilege with sacrilege. The act occurred in full view of other Greek soldiers, none of whom intervened to prevent the desecration of the goddess's shrine. This incident particularly enraged Athena, who had previously favoured the Greek cause and had been instrumental in their victory through her support of the Trojan horse stratagem. The violation of her temple by one of the very warriors she had helped achieve victory represented an unforgivable insult to her divine honour. The goddess's anger extended beyond Ajax himself to encompass the entire Greek leadership, who failed to punish the perpetrator appropriately for his crimes. The systematic desecration of Troy's temples continued throughout the night and following days, as Greek soldiers stripped sacred spaces of their treasures and defiled altars with blood and worse. The temple of Apollo, where Cassandra had served as priestess, suffered particular damage, with sacred vessels melted down for their gold and silver content, and religious artifacts destroyed or carried off as common plunder. These acts of impiety accumulated like storm clouds, building towards divine retribution that would affect not just the individual perpetrators, but the entire Greek expedition. Agamemnon himself contributed to the catalogue of offences by claiming Cassandra as his personal concubine, adding insult to injury by enslaving Apollo's priestess and forcing her to share his bed. This act represented not just personal cruelty, but a direct challenge to the god's authority over his sacred servants. Other Greek leaders similarly appropriated Trojan women of religious significance, treating priestesses and temple servants as common slaves rather than individuals whose violation would anger the gods they served. The distribution of plunder followed no systematic plan, leading to disputes among the Greek commanders that further undermined their standing with the gods. Sacred objects were treated as mere treasure, with religious artifacts broken apart for their precious metal content and temple furnishings repurposed for secular use. The lack of proper ritual purification after handling sacred objects added another layer of religious contamination to the already extensive list of Greek transgressions. As dawn broke over the smoking ruins of Troy, the Greek fleet prepared for departure, their ships loaded with treasure and captives. The commanders congratulated themselves on their decisive victory, believing they had successfully concluded the longest war in their collective memory. Few recognized the signs of divine displeasure already manifesting around them: unfavorable winds, disturbing omens, and reports of strange phenomena at sea. The god's anger had been building throughout the final assault, but the Greeks' systematic violations of religious law during the sack pushed divine patience beyond its limits. Poseidon, despite his long-standing enmity toward Troy, found himself appalled by the extent of Greek sacrilege. Athena's fury over the desecration of her temple aligned her with other offended deities in planning retribution against the very mortals she had previously championed. The morning after Troy's fall brought deceptive calm to the Greek encampment, where soldiers sorted through mountains of plunder while smoke still rose from the city's charred remains. Agamemnon convened the assembled kings to plan their departure, eager to return home after a decade of warfare. The commanders divided the spoils according to their perceived contributions to the victory, with heated arguments erupting over particularly valuable items and prestigious captives. Menelaus finally reclaimed Helen, though their reunion carried none of the joy one might expect after such a long separation, both parties having changed irrevocably during their years apart. Odysseus supervised the loading of his 12 black ships with characteristic attention to detail, ensuring proper distribution of weight and securing the valuable bronze weapons, golden vessels, and intricate textiles his men had claimed. His portion of the Trojan treasure included finely wrought armour, ceremonial weapons inlaid with precious metals, and several skilled craftsmen who would prove valuable additions to Ithaca's workforce. Among his captives were Trojan women whose weaving abilities were renowned throughout the Mediterranean, along with a priest of Apollo whose knowledge of religious ritual would serve useful purposes once properly integrated into Ithacan society. The fleet's departure from the Trojan beaches occurred in stages, with different contingents leaving as their preparations reached completion. Nestor's ships departed first, the elderly king of Pylos anxious to return to his kingdom before age made the journey impossible. Diomedes followed with his Argive vessels, while Menelaus delayed his departure to oversee the proper burial of Greek soldiers who had died during the final assault. The staggered departures would prove significant, as the gods' vengeance would strike different groups at different times and places. Odysseus chose to sail with the main body of the fleet under Agamemnon's nominal command, though each king retained authority over his own ships and men. The combined armada numbered over 1,000 vessels of various sizes, from massive command ships carrying 50 oars to smaller scout craft designed for coastal reconnaissance. The sight of so many ships moving across the wine-dark sea in loose formation created an impressive spectacle, their bronze-reinforced prows cutting through moderate swells while hundreds of oars maintained steady rhythm. The supernatural storm struck without warning on the second day of sailing, when the fleet had reached the open waters between Troy and the Greek mainland. The morning had dawned clear with favourable winds filling the square-rigged sails, allowing the rowers to rest while the ships made excellent progress westward. Suddenly the sky darkened with unnatural speed as massive clouds boiled up from the horizon, their black masses shot through with veins of sickly green light that no mortal sailor had ever witnessed. Poseidon's trident stirred the depths, sending waves of impossible height crashing over ships that moments before had been sailing in calm seas. The swells rose like moving mountains, their peaks whipped into foam by winds that seemed to blow from all directions simultaneously. Ships that had weathered countless storms during the 10-year siege found themselves helpless against forces that defied natural law, their experienced crews reduced to terror, as familiar seamanship proved useless against divine wrath. The fleet scattered like leaves in a hurricane, individual ships losing sight of their companions within minutes, as the supernatural tempest drove them in different directions. Agamemnon's flagship, recognizable by its distinctive red sail and golden stern ornament, disappeared into a wall of spray and darkness. Other vessels vanished entirely, swallowed by waves that towered higher than the walls of Troy itself. The carefully maintained formation that had represented Greek naval supremacy dissolved into chaos as each captain fought merely to keep his ship afloat. Odysseus found himself separated from the main fleet almost immediately, his 12 ships struggling to maintain contact with each other as the storm battered them with relentless fury. His flagship's experienced helmsman, Euryclea's son who had served the royal house for decades, fought to keep the vessel's bow pointed into the massive waves, while the crew bailed frantically to prevent the ship from foundering. The bronze-reinforced hull groaned under stresses it was never designed to endure, while the leather lashings holding the mast in place stretched dangerously as hurricane winds threatened to tear the rigging apart. The storm's supernatural nature became increasingly apparent as it continued far longer than any natural weather phenomenon. Normal tempests, however severe, followed predictable patterns and eventually exhausted themselves. But this divine punishment showed no signs of abating. Lightning struck repeatedly, but instead of the familiar white-hot bolts of Zeus, these flashes carried colours that hurt to look upon directly, purples and greens that seemed to burn themselves into the retinas of anyone unfortunate enough to witness them. Athena's particular anger toward the Greeks manifested in the storm's targeting of their vessels, while leaving other ships in the area relatively untouched. Phoenician merchants and Egyptian traders sailing the same waters reported calm seas and favourable winds, while the Greek fleet endured supernatural punishment for their sacrilege at Troy. The goddess who had once guided Odysseus in his strategic planning now turned her formidable intelligence toward devising appropriate retribution for the violations committed in her temple. After 3 days and nights of continuous battering, the storm finally began to subside, leaving the surviving Greek ships scattered across hundreds of miles of Mediterranean waters. Many vessels had been lost entirely, their crews drowned or driven onto hostile shores where they faced slavery or death. Others had suffered severe damage, taking on water through sprung planks or sailing with jury-rigged masts after their original rigging had been destroyed by the supernatural winds. Odysseus managed to keep 10 of his original 12 ships together, though 2 had disappeared during the worst of the storm and were never seen again. The survivors found themselves driven far off course, approaching an unfamiliar coastline that none of his navigators could identify. The land appeared mountainous and well-forested, with several natural harbours that might provide shelter for repairs, but no one aboard could determine their exact location or the nature of the people who inhabited this territory. The coast belonged to the Cicones, a Thracian tribe that had allied with Troy during the war and harboured deep resentment toward all Greeks. Their principal settlement at Ismarus occupied a naturally defensible position on elevated ground overlooking the sea, with stone walls protecting the landward approaches and a harbour capable of accommodating the local fishing fleet. The town's prosperity derived from trade in wine, metal work, and slaves, with Ciconian merchants maintaining commercial relationships throughout the northern Aegean region. Odysseus initially hoped to negotiate for supplies and safe passage, knowing his ships needed fresh water and provisions, before attempting to continue their journey home. However, his men's mood had turned ugly during their ordeal at sea, and they demanded compensation for their suffering through plunder rather than peaceful trade. The crew argued that the Cicones had supported their enemies at Troy, and therefore deserved no consideration, while the prospect of easy wealth appealed to soldiers who had endured years of hardship with only the promise of eventual reward. The assault on Ismarus began at dawn, with Odysseus reluctantly agreeing to his men's demands while privately planning to limit the violence and secure their departure as quickly as possible. The attack caught the Cicone completely unprepared, as their scouts had not identified the approaching Greek ships as hostile until the landing parties were already forming up on the beach. The town's defenders numbered fewer than 200 warriors, insufficient to resist nearly 500 Greek veterans who had spent a decade perfecting their skills in siege warfare. The battle for Ismarus lasted less than 3 hours, with Greek discipline and experience overwhelming Ciconian resistance, despite the defenders' intimate knowledge of their terrain. The attackers systematically cleared the town's defensive positions, using techniques developed during the siege of Troy to breach gates and scale walls. Ciconian warriors fought bravely, but found themselves outmatched by opponents who'd faced Hector, Aeneas and other legendary heroes in single combat. The Greeks' treatment of conquered Ismarus followed the brutal pattern established at Troy. with systematic looting of homes, temples, and public buildings. Soldiers who had been denied proper shares of Trojan plunder saw this as an opportunity to compensate for their perceived losses, leading to excessive violence against civilians who posed no military threat. The sack continued throughout the day, with discipline breaking down as individual Greeks pursued private vendettas against a population they blamed for prolonging the Trojan War. Odysseus recognized the dangerous precedent being established, and repeatedly ordered his men to complete their plunder quickly and prepare for immediate departure. His experience at Troy had taught him that extended occupation of conquered territory invited retaliation, particularly when the local population had allies who might come to their assistance. The Cicones maintained relationships with other Thracian tribes, and news of Ismarus's fall would spread quickly through the region's communication networks. The crew's intoxication with victory and wine discovered in Ciconian storehouses made them deaf to their commander's warnings about the need for haste. Soldiers who had followed orders without question during the disciplined siege of Troy now ignored direct commands from their king, preferring to celebrate their easy triumph with captured wine and captive women. The breakdown in military discipline that would plague Odysseus throughout his subsequent wanderings manifested clearly in this first post-war engagement. By evening, Ciconian refugees who had escaped the initial assault had reached neighbouring settlements and were organising a relief force to retake their town. The response came from multiple Thracian tribes who recognised that allowing Greeks to establish a foothold in their territory would threaten their collective security. Warriors began converging on Ismarus from settlements throughout the region, their numbers growing hourly as word of the attack spread through established networks of tribal alliance and mutual defence. The Ciconian counterattack began before dawn on the second day, with nearly 1,000 Thracian warriors surrounding the town and cutting off Greek access to their ships. The attackers included both infantry and cavalry, the latter representing a tactical challenge that Odysseus's men had rarely faced during the siege warfare at Troy. Thracian horsemen were renowned throughout the ancient world for their mobility and skill with javelin and bow, making them formidable opponents in the type of open-field combat that now developed around Ismarus. The fighting proved far more difficult than the initial assault, as the Greeks found themselves defending unfamiliar positions against enemies who knew every street and building in their own town. Thracian tactics emphasized mobility and harassment, rather than the direct confrontation preferred by Greek warriors, leading to a series of running battles that gradually wore down the invaders' strength and morale. The defenders' intimate knowledge of local terrain allowed them to exploit weaknesses in Greek positions that would have been invisible to outside observers. Odysseus managed to organize a fighting withdrawal toward the harbour, but the retreat cost him heavily in both men and equipment. 6 of his most experienced warriors died in the rearguard action that allowed the main body to reach their ships, while dozens more suffered wounds that would affect their combat effectiveness in future encounters. The loss of seasoned veterans who had survived the entire Trojan War represented a devastating blow to his expedition's military capabilities. The departure from Ismarus occurred under enemy fire, with Thracian archers shooting from elevated positions, while the Greeks struggled to launch their ships through surf made treacherous by an onshore wind. 2 vessels suffered significant damage from enemy action, requiring emergency repairs once they reached safe waters. The entire engagement cost Odysseus 72 men killed or permanently disabled, along with most of the plunder his crew had taken from the town. The encounter with the Cicone established patterns that would define the remainder of Odysseus's journey. His men's tendency to ignore prudent counsel in favour of immediate gratification, their inability to maintain discipline without constant supervision, and their attraction to risks that promised quick rewards regardless of long-term consequences. The incident also demonstrated how divine displeasure manifested through seemingly natural events, as the supernatural storm had driven them to this particular coast, where their character flaws would be exposed and punished. As the surviving ships limped away from the Thracian coast, Odysseus reflected on the bitter irony of their situation. Veterans who had conquered the greatest city in the world through patience, discipline, and strategic thinking had been defeated by a minor Thracian settlement because they could not control their appetites for wine and plunder. The gods' punishment was taking a form that struck directly at Greek pride and military reputation, turning their greatest strengths into weaknesses through the corruption of success. The battered remnants of Odysseus's fleet struggled northward along the Thracian coast, their damaged hulls riding low in choppy waters, while exhausted crews maintained minimal headway against contrary winds. The encounter at Ismarus had shattered any illusions about an easy homecoming, revealing how quickly disciplined warriors could degenerate into undisciplined raiders when removed from proper command structure. The king of Ithaca found himself commanding men who had tasted defeat for the first time since leaving Troy, their confidence replaced by a dangerous mixture of shame and defiance that made them unpredictable in crisis situations. 3 days of difficult sailing brought no relief from their troubles, as the supernatural forces that had scattered the Greek fleet continued to manifest through persistently unfavourable weather conditions. The wind blew steadily from the northwest, directly opposing their intended course toward home, while heavy swells made rowing exhausting work for crews already weakened by combat losses and reduced rations. Navigation proved increasingly difficult as thick clouds obscured familiar star patterns, leaving even experienced helmsmen uncertain of their exact position relative to known landmarks. On the 4th morning after leaving Ismarus, a new weather phenomenon appeared on the southern horizon, a massive bank of fog that stretched across their entire field of vision like a grey wall rising from the sea itself. The mist advanced with unnatural uniformity, maintaining perfect geometric boundaries that no natural fog bank could sustain. Within hours, the strange weather front had enveloped the entire fleet, reducing visibility to mere ship lengths, and creating an eerie silence that muffled even the sound of waves against the hulls. The fog persisted for 9 days, during which normal navigation became impossible and the fleet could only maintain general westward progress through dead reckoning and occasional glimpses of the sun's position when the mist thinned slightly at midday. Crew morale deteriorated steadily as men began whispering about supernatural curses and divine punishment, while the constant dampness caused equipment to rust and food supplies to spoil at accelerated rates. Several sailors reported hearing voices calling from the water, though no source for these sounds could be identified. When the fog finally lifted on the 10th day, it revealed a coastline unlike anything in the navigator's experience. The shore consisted of gentle beaches backed by rolling hills covered in vegetation, so lush and vibrant that it seemed to glow within a light. Palm trees and flowering shrubs created a landscape more reminiscent of distant Egypt than the familiar Mediterranean territories, while the air carried scents of exotic blooms and spices that made the battle-weary Greeks think of paradise itself. No signs of human habitation were immediately visible from the ships, though smoke columns rising from several points inland suggested the presence of settlements somewhere beyond the coastal hills. The beaches appeared perfect for landing, with fine sand sloping gradually into clear water that revealed no hidden rocks or other navigation hazards. After days of uncertainty and hardship, the prospect of rest on solid ground proved irresistible to crews who had been confined to their vessels for nearly 2 weeks. Odysseus ordered a cautious approach, selecting a protected cove for the landing while keeping the ships ready for immediate departure if circumstances required. His experience with the Cicones had taught him to expect hostility from unknown populations, particularly given the Greeks' reputation for violence and plunder that had undoubtedly spread throughout the Mediterranean world. 3 ships entered the harbour while the remaining 7 maintained positions offshore, their crews armed and prepared to provide covering fire if the landing party encountered resistance. The exploration party consisted of 22 men under the command of Eurylochus, Odysseus's trusted lieutenant, whose judgment had proven reliable during the siege of Troy. Their orders emphasized gathering intelligence about local populations and resources, while avoiding any actions that might provoke conflict with potentially friendly inhabitants. The memory of unnecessary casualties at Ismarus weighed heavily on everyone's minds, making even the most aggressive warriors cautious about repeating those mistakes. The landing party discovered a well-worn path leading inland through groves of fruit trees whose species none of them could identify. The vegetation grew with tropical abundance, creating a natural paradise that seemed designed to welcome weary travellers. Streams of fresh water flowed down from the hills, their banks lined with flowering plants that filled the air with intoxicating fragrances. The entire landscape projected an aura of peace and plenty that contrasted sharply with the harsh realities the Greeks had recently endured. Following the path for approximately 2 miles brought them to the first human settlement, a collection of simple dwellings constructed from woven reeds and palm fronds arranged around a central plaza where several dozen people sat in apparent contentment. The inhabitants displayed no alarm at the Greeks' approach, barely acknowledging their presence with lazy waves and dreamy smiles that suggested a population under the influence of some mild intoxicant. Their clothing consisted of loose-fitting garments made from plant fibres, while their general appearance indicated a people who had never known warfare or serious hardship. The Lotus Eaters, as they called themselves, welcomed the strangers with gentle hospitality that immediately put the suspicious Greeks off guard. Unlike the Ciconas, who had responded to foreign visitors with understandable wariness, these people seemed genuinely pleased to encounter travellers from distant lands. They offered food and drink without any apparent expectation of reciprocity, their generosity flowing from a philosophical outlook that viewed all human beings as temporary guests in a world designed for sharing and mutual support. The centerpiece of their hospitality involved a particular fruit that grew abundantly throughout their territory, a sweet, honey-flavoured delicacy that the Lotus Eaters consumed constantly throughout their waking hours. The fruit resembled a large date in appearance, but possessed a unique flavour that combined elements of honey, wine, and exotic spices in proportions that seemed to change with each bite. They pressed the fruit into their guests' hands with insistent kindness, explaining through gestures and broken Greek that sharing this food represented their highest expression of friendship. Eurylochus accepted the offered fruit out of diplomatic necessity, though his military instincts warned against consuming anything provided by unknown populations. The first taste revealed flavours more complex and satisfying than anything in his previous experience, while subsequent bites seemed to enhance the sensation rather than diminishing it through familiarity. Within minutes of consumption, he found his concerns about military security fading into irrelevance as a profound sense of contentment settled over his consciousness like a warm blanket. The other members of the landing party experienced similar reactions, their warrior alertness dissolving into peaceful acceptance of whatever circumstances might arise. Weapons that had been held ready for instant use were set aside and forgotten as the lotus fruit worked its subtle magic on minds accustomed to constant vigilance. The urgent need to return to their ships and report their findings seemed less important with each passing hour, replaced by a growing appreciation for the simple pleasures of rest, comfort, and freedom from responsibility. The Lotus Eaters explained their philosophy through a mixture of gestures, simple Greek phrases, and an infectious contentment that required no translation. They had discovered, they claimed, the secret of true happiness through abandonment of ambition, competition, and the endless striving that characterized most human societies. Their fruit provided not just physical nourishment, but spiritual satisfaction, eliminating the restless desires that drove men to warfare, exploration, and the accumulation of wealth or power that ultimately brought only suffering and disappointment. As the day progressed into evening, the Greeks found themselves increasingly reluctant to leave this paradise where all needs were met without effort, and every moment brought new sensations of pleasure and peace. The Lotus Eaters offered them permanent residence in their community, promising lives free from the violence and uncertainty that had defined their recent experiences. The prospect of never again facing battle, never again enduring the hardships of sea travel, never again confronting the complex political challenges of ruling a kingdom, seemed increasingly attractive to men exhausted by a decade of warfare. The fruit's narcotic effects intensified with continued consumption, gradually erasing memories of home, family, and duty that had previously motivated every aspect of their lives. Ithaca became a distant dream, less real than the immediate pleasures of lotus-eating society. Wives and children faded from consciousness like half-remembered dreams, while the obligations of military service and royal loyalty seemed like burdens willingly discarded in favour of perpetual contentment. The very concept of return lost meaning when paradise had been discovered and embraced. Meanwhile, aboard the ships offshore, Odysseus grew increasingly concerned as the day passed without word from his reconnaissance party. Standard procedure called for regular reports every few hours, with immediate return if any signs of danger were encountered. The complete silence from the landing party suggested either disaster or discovery of something so significant that normal protocols had been abandoned. Neither possibility offered comfort to a commander already struggling with reduced forces and uncertain navigation. As evening approached without any sign of the missing men, Odysseus decided to investigate personally rather than risk additional personnel in what might prove to be a trap or ambush. He selected a small group of his most reliable warriors, men whose loyalty had been tested repeatedly during the siege of Troy, and who could be trusted to maintain discipline regardless of circumstances. The rescue party consisted of only 8 men, sufficient for reconnaissance but small enough to avoid unnecessary casualties if the situation had turned hostile. The path inland led through increasingly lush vegetation that seemed almost supernatural in its abundance and variety. Fruit trees bearing species unknown to Mediterranean agriculture grew alongside flowering vines, whose fragrances created an intoxicating atmosphere that made clear thinking difficult. Streams of pure water flowed everywhere, their gentle murmuring combining with bird songs and insect humming to create a natural symphony that induced drowsiness and contentment in anyone who listened for extended periods. The discovery of the Lotus Eater settlement revealed the true nature of the threat facing his men. Odysseus found his reconnaissance party scattered throughout the village in various states of narcotic bliss, some lying beneath fruit trees with dreamy smiles, while others sat in circles with their hosts, sharing lotus fruit and engaging in meandering conversations about the meaninglessness of worldly ambition. None showed any recognition of their commander's arrival or awareness that they had abandoned their military duties. Eurylochus, normally the most disciplined of his officers, greeted Odysseus with the vacant smile of a man whose consciousness had been fundamentally altered by the lotus fruit's influence. He explained in rambling, disconnected phrases how he'd discovered true happiness through abandonment of all the concerns that had previously driven his life. The prospect of returning to Ithaca, resuming his military duties, or even rejoining his shipmates seemed not just unappealing but incomprehensible to a mind that had tasted perfect contentment and found all other experiences wanting by comparison. The Lotus Eaters welcomed Odysseus with the same gentle hospitality they had shown his men, offering fruit and permanent residence in their paradise. Their arguments proved persuasive even to his disciplined mind, as they pointed out the futility of the endless struggle that defined mortal existence. Why endure the hardships of sea travel when perfect comfort awaited here? Why face the uncertainties of ruling a kingdom when peace could be found through simple acceptance? Why risk death in future battles when immortal contentment was available through regular consumption of their miraculous fruit? Odysseus recognized the insidious nature of the temptation being offered. Unlike the straightforward dangers of hostile populations or natural disasters, the Lotus Eaters presented a trap disguised as salvation. Their offer was genuine, their hospitality real, and their philosophy contained elements of wisdom that appealed to any rational mind tired of conflict and uncertainty. The fruit's effects were not harmful in any conventional sense, producing contentment rather than illness, peace rather than madness, satisfaction rather than addiction in its usual destructive form. The symbolic significance of this encounter struck him with the force of divine revelation. The lotus fruit represented the ultimate temptation to abandon duty in favour of personal pleasure, to choose comfortable stagnation over the difficult path of heroic achievement. Every hero faced moments when the easier course seemed infinitely more attractive than the challenging road that honour demanded. The Lotus Eaters offered not just physical comfort, but philosophical justification for abandoning the heroic ideal altogether. Understanding that persuasion would prove useless against men whose capacity for rational thought had been compromised by the fruit's influence, Odysseus ordered his small rescue party to employ physical force in retrieving their comrades. The task proved more difficult than anticipated, as the affected men resisted removal from their paradise with surprising strength, born of desperation. They had to be bound with ropes and carried bodily to the ships, weeping and pleading to be allowed to remain in the only place where they had ever found true happiness. The return journey to the beach required constant vigilance to prevent the rescued men from escaping back to the Lotus Eater settlement. Several made determined attempts to break free from their bonds, while others employed emotional appeals that tested their rescuers' resolve. The contrast between their previous military bearing and their current state of narcotic dependence provided a sobering lesson about the fragility of human will when confronted with temptations that promised immediate gratification without apparent cost. Loading the affected men aboard the ships required additional precautions to prevent them from jumping overboard and swimming back to shore. They had to be secured below decks with trusted guards assigned to prevent escape attempts, while the fleet prepared for immediate departure before the lotus fruit's influence could spread to additional crew members. The entire episode had consumed nearly 24 hours, during which normal military discipline had completely broken down among the affected personnel. The departure from the Lotus Eaters' coast proceeded without interference from the local population, who watched the Greek ships leave with the same dreamy contentment they displayed toward all events. Their philosophy prevented them from viewing the forced removal of willing guests as anything more than another example of the inexplicable behaviour that characterised people who had not yet discovered the secret of true happiness. No pursuit was attempted, no hostile gestures made, leaving the Greeks to wrestle with their own internal conflicts about the wisdom of their commander's decision. The effects of the lotus fruit gradually wore off over the following days, though complete recovery required nearly a week of normal diet and regular activity. The affected men slowly regained their memories of home, family and duty, though many retained a wistful longing for the peace they had briefly experienced. Some questioned whether Odysseus had acted wisely in removing them from paradise, while others expressed gratitude for being saved from a fate that would have meant the end of their identities as warriors and citizens. The encounter left the entire expedition changed in subtle but significant ways. Every man now understood how easily the heroic ideal could be abandoned when faced with sufficient temptation, how quickly duty could be forgotten when pleasure offered itself without apparent consequences. The knowledge that paradise existed somewhere in the world, accessible to anyone willing to abandon their previous life, would haunt them through subsequent adventures and provide a constant reminder of roads not taken. 9 days of sailing through increasingly rough seas brought them to another unfamiliar coastline, this one dominated by towering cliffs and rocky shores that offered few safe landing sites. The landscape appeared harsh and forbidding after the tropical abundance of the Lotus Eaters' territory, with sparse vegetation clinging to steep slopes and no visible signs of human habitation. However, their supplies of fresh water and food had reached critically low levels, making landfall essential regardless of the apparent hospitality of the terrain. A careful survey of the coastline revealed a small island separated from the mainland by a narrow channel, its shores offering several protected coves suitable for beaching their ships. The island showed signs of supporting wildlife, including herds of wild goats whose meat would provide essential protein for crews weakened by extended rationing. More importantly, several freshwater springs were visible from the sea, their outflow creating small streams that would allow the expedition to replenish their water supplies before continuing their journey. The decision to land on the island rather than the mainland reflected Odysseus's growing caution about encountering unknown populations. Islands offered natural defensive advantages and easier escape routes if circumstances turned hostile, while the presence of wild game suggested they could obtain necessary supplies without depending on potentially dangerous interactions with local inhabitants. The goat herds appeared large enough to support hunting without depleting the island's resources, making extended stays possible if weather or other factors delayed their departure. The landing proceeded without incident, with all 10 remaining ships beached in a well-protected harbour on the island's eastern shore. The crews established a temporary camp near the freshwater springs, while hunting parties spread out across the island to locate and assess the goat herds that represented their primary source of fresh meat. The island proved larger than initially estimated, with rolling hills and small valleys that provided excellent grazing for the wild animals that had somehow colonized this isolated territory. The hunting proved remarkably successful, as the goats showed no fear of humans and could be approached closely enough for easy kills with spear or bow. Within 2 days, the expedition had secured enough meat to feed all personnel for several weeks, while the freshwater springs provided unlimited quantities of pure water for drinking and cooking. The island's natural resources seemed designed to support exactly the kind of extended rest that the expedition desperately needed after their recent hardships. However, the mainland across the narrow channel continued to intrigue Odysseus and his officers, particularly after they observed smoke columns rising from what appeared to be inhabited areas. The prospect of trade for manufactured goods, wine, or other luxuries that could not be obtained through hunting and gathering made contact with the mainland population increasingly attractive. Moreover, their maps and navigation aids had been damaged during the supernatural storm, making local knowledge about regional geography potentially valuable for planning their continued journey home. The mainland's most prominent feature was a massive cave opening visible near the shoreline, its entrance large enough to accommodate several ships simultaneously. Smoke occasionally emerged from this cave, suggesting it served as shelter for local inhabitants during adverse weather conditions. The size of the opening and the organised nature of the smoke patterns indicated a population large enough to maintain permanent fires, possibly representing a significant settlement that might offer opportunities for beneficial trade relationships. Odysseus selected 12 of his best men for a reconnaissance mission to the mainland, choosing warriors whose experience and judgment could be trusted in potentially dangerous situations. The party would carry trade goods including wine, metalwork, and textiles that might appeal to local populations, while maintaining sufficient armament to defend themselves if negotiations turned hostile. Their mission involved gathering intelligence about local geography, population, and resources, while avoiding the kind of unnecessary conflict that had characterized their encounter with the Cicones. The crossing to the mainland required only a few minutes of rowing, as the channel separating the island from the larger landmass measured less than half a mile at its narrowest point. The water proved deep enough for their ship throughout the crossing, with no hidden rocks or other navigation hazards that might complicate a hasty retreat if circumstances required. The mainland shore consisted of a narrow beach backed by steep cliffs, with a large cave opening approximately a quarter-mile from their landing site. The approach to the cave revealed its truly massive dimensions, with an entrance nearly 100 feet wide and proportionally tall. The opening had been partially blocked by a huge stone slab that could be moved aside to provide access, suggesting inhabitants capable of manipulating weights that would challenge even the strongest ordinary men. Fresh tracks in the sand indicated recent activity, though the footprints were larger than normal human feet and showed an unusual gait pattern that suggested inhabitants of extraordinary size. The cave's interior extended far back into the mountainside, with natural chambers large enough to house substantial populations, along with their livestock and possessions. Evidence of habitation included fire pits, sleeping areas marked by piles of animal skins, and storage alcoves containing various implements and food supplies. The scale of everything suggested inhabitants significantly larger than normal humans, while the crude workmanship of tools and weapons indicated a relatively primitive level of technological development. Most significantly, the cave contained a substantial flock of sheep and goats, their wool and milk representing valuable resources that might be obtained through trade or negotiation. The animals appeared well cared for and showed no signs of mistreatment, suggesting owners who understood proper livestock management techniques. The size of the flock indicated wealth and prosperity that made the cave's inhabitants potentially valuable trading partners for anyone capable of establishing peaceful relationships. The discovery of the cave's absent owner came when Odysseus and his men heard the thunderous footsteps approaching from deeper within the mountain. The sound echoed through the stone chambers like distant earthquakes, each step sending vibrations through the cave floor that made the stored pottery rattle and the penned animals shift nervously. What emerged from the darkness defied their understanding of mortal proportions. Polyphemus stood nearly 12 feet tall, his massive frame covered in coarse black hair that grew in patches across shoulders broad enough to span a doorway. His single eye, positioned in the centre of his forehead, where two eyes should have been, glowed with an intelligence that seemed almost human despite his monstrous appearance. The Cyclops moved with surprising grace for his enormous size, herding his flock of sheep and goats into the cave with practiced efficiency. Each animal was proportionally large to match their owner's scale, with rams whose horns could have served as spear points and ewes whose fleece could have clothed several normal men. Polyphemus counted his animals with careful attention, running his massive hands over their backs while murmuring in a dialect that bore only passing resemblance to recognizable Greek. His pastoral routine suggested a creature more concerned with livestock management than the warfare that had defined the Greeks' recent experiences. The realization of their predicament struck the hidden Greeks simultaneously as Polyphemus rolled the enormous stone slab back into place, sealing the cave entrance with casual strength that would have required dozens of ordinary men working in coordination. The barrier fit perfectly into grooves carved in the living rock, creating an airtight seal that transformed the cave into an inescapable prison. No amount of human effort could hope to move such a massive obstruction, while the cave's rear passages led only deeper into the mountain's heart, where navigation would prove impossible in complete darkness. Polyphemus discovered the intruders when he began his evening meal preparation, their scent or some subtle sound alerting him to their presence among the shadows near his storage alcoves. His reaction showed neither surprise nor immediate hostility, but rather the calculating assessment of a predator evaluating potential prey. The Cyclops spoke in accented but comprehensible Greek, demanding to know their identity, origin, and purpose in violating his private domain. His voice resonated through the cave with a deep rumble of distant thunder, while his single eye fixed on each man with unblinking intensity. Odysseus attempted to establish peaceful relations by explaining their status as Greek warriors returning from the sack of Troy, hoping that reputation might earn them respectful treatment or at least safe passage. He offered gifts from their ship's stores, including precious wine that had been aged in bronze vessels and metalwork crafted by skilled artisans in captured Trojan workshops. The diplomatic approach that had served him well in negotiations with mortal rulers proved ineffective against a creature whose understanding of hospitality differed fundamentally from civilized customs. The Cyclops responded to their peaceful overtures with contempt, explaining that he recognized no authority beyond his own strength and acknowledged no gods save his father Poseidon. The concept of guest friendship that governed relations between civilized peoples meant nothing to a creature who viewed all smaller beings as potential food sources. Polyphemus demonstrated his attitude toward Greek military reputation by seizing 2 of Odysseus's men in his massive hands, their struggles proving as ineffective as those of captured birds against a hunter's grip. The execution proceeded with methodical brutality that revealed the Cyclops' experience in preparing human meals. He dashed the first warrior's head against the cave wall with sufficient force to shatter skull and spine instantly, then repeated the process with the second victim while their companions watched in helpless horror. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the chamber, accompanied by Polyphemus's satisfied grunts as he examined his kills with the professional interest of a butcher evaluating meat quality. The preparation and consumption of human flesh followed techniques obviously refined through extensive practice. As the Cyclops efficiently dismembered the bodies and roasted the pieces over his cooking fire, he ate with evident relish, crunching bones between teeth designed for processing tough vegetation, but equally effective at grinding human remains. The casual nature of his cannibalism suggested that Greek warriors represented merely another protein source, no different from the sheep and goats that formed his regular diet. The surviving Greeks spent that first night in states of shock and terror, pressed against the cave's far wall while their captor slept with the contentment of a well-fed predator. Polyphemus's snores shook the entire chamber, while his massive form blocked any possible approach to the sealed entrance. Several men whispered suggestions about attacking him during sleep, but Odysseus recognized the futility of such attempts. Even if they could somehow kill the giant, they would remain trapped forever in his cave without the strength necessary to move the entrance stone. The second day brought fresh horrors as Polyphemus selected 2 more victims for his morning meal, repeating the previous day's brutal execution and consumption while showing no signs of emotional response to his captives' pleas for mercy. The Cyclops treated human suffering with the same indifference a farmer might show towards the distress of animals marked for slaughter. His routine suggested they could expect similar treatment each day until the entire party had been consumed, making escape attempts not just desirable but essential for survival. Odysseus spent the day observing his captor's habits and examining the cave's layout for potential weaknesses that might be exploited in an escape attempt. The entrance stone remained the primary obstacle, its size and weight making direct removal impossible even if they could somehow incapacitate Polyphemus. However, the Cyclops' daily routine of herding his flock in and out of the cave suggested opportunities might arise when the entrance was temporarily opened, provided they could time their actions precisely and coordinate their movements effectively. The solution emerged from careful observation of Polyphemus's evening activities, particularly his consumption of wine that the Greeks had offered as a diplomatic gift. The Cyclops showed obvious appreciation for the beverage's quality, drinking deeply while questioning Odysseus about its origin and preparation. The wine's potency became apparent as Polyphemus's speech grew increasingly slurred and his movements less coordinated, suggesting vulnerability to intoxication despite his enormous size and presumably proportional tolerance for alcohol. Odysseus encouraged the giants' drinking by praising the wine's special properties and offering additional portions from their remaining supplies. The vintage had been specially prepared for religious ceremonies, with higher alcohol content than ordinary table wine and additional herbs that enhanced its intoxicating effects. Polyphemus consumed quantities that would have killed ordinary men, his massive metabolism processing the alcohol slowly enough to create extended periods of vulnerability, during which escape might become possible. The conversation during this drinking session revealed crucial information about the Cyclops' identity and family relationships. Polyphemus boasted of his parentage as son of Poseidon, explaining his immunity to divine retribution and his confidence in violating the sacred laws of hospitality. The revelation connected their current predicament to the supernatural storm that had scattered the Greek fleet, suggesting that Poseidon's anger toward the expedition had guided them specifically to this encounter as part of their ongoing punishment for the sacrilege committed at Troy. As the wine took effect, Polyphemus became increasingly talkative about his solitary existence and his relationships with other Cyclops who inhabited neighbouring territories. His descriptions revealed a scattered population of similar giants, each maintaining independent domains while occasionally cooperating in matters of mutual interest. The social structure appeared primitive compared to human civilization, with strength determining leadership and personal disputes resolved through direct violence rather than legal or diplomatic mechanisms. The giants' growing intoxication provided Odysseus with the opportunity to implement a plan that had been forming throughout their captivity. Earlier exploration of the cave had revealed a massive wooden staff that Polyphemus used for various tasks, its length and thickness making it suitable for modification into a weapon capable of inflicting serious damage on their enormous captor. The staff measured nearly 20 feet in length with proportional thickness, requiring the combined efforts of several men to manipulate effectively. Working in shifts while Polyphemus dozed fitfully, the Greeks used their bronze weapons to sharpen one end of the staff into a crude but effective spear point. The work proceeded slowly to avoid detection, with men taking turns at the carving while others maintained watch for signs of the giant's awakening. The hardwood proved difficult to work with their available tools, but persistence gradually created a weapon capable of penetrating even the Cyclops' thick hide if properly applied with sufficient force. The final preparation involved hardening the spear point through careful application of fire, a technique familiar to all warriors for improving weapon effectiveness. The process required precise temperature control to avoid weakening the wood through overheating, while the smoke and flame had to be managed carefully to prevent alerting their sleeping captor. The finished weapon represented their only realistic hope for escape, though its use would require perfect timing and coordination among men whose nerves had been stretched to breaking point by days of captivity and witnessing their comrades' deaths. The third evening brought the culmination of their preparations as Polyphemus again indulged heavily in the remaining wine, his consumption reaching levels that finally overcame even his massive tolerance. The giant's speech became completely incoherent, while his movements grew clumsy and uncontrolled, suggesting the deep intoxication necessary for their planned success. Odysseus waited until the Cyclops' breathing indicated genuine unconsciousness, rather than the light dozing that had characterized his previous rest periods. The attack required precise coordination, as 6 men lifted the massive spear while others guided its point toward the sleeping giant's single eye. The target presented both advantages and challenges. Its size made accuracy easier, but its central location meant they would have only one opportunity before Polyphemus awakened and retaliated. The spear's weight demanded careful positioning to ensure maximum penetration, while the men had to brace themselves for the giant's inevitable violent reaction to the assault. The strike succeeded beyond their expectations, as the hardened wooden point penetrated completely through the eye and into the brain cavity beyond, the weapon's length allowing it to reach vital areas that might have survived a shorter blade. Polyphemus's awakening scream shook the entire cave system, his agony echoing through connected chambers and probably audible for miles across the surrounding landscape. The giant's massive hands clawed at the embedded spear, while blood and other fluids poured from the destroyed eye socket. The blinded Cyclops thrashed about the cave in pain and rage, his random movements threatening to crush his tormentors as he sought revenge against enemies he could no longer see. His roars brought responses from other Cyclops in the area, their answering calls suggesting a network of communication that might bring assistance if Polyphemus could effectively summon help. However, his incoherent screaming provided no useful information about his attacker's identity or current location within the cave system. The responding Cyclopes gathered outside the sealed entrance, their concerned voices penetrating the stone barrier as they questioned their injured kinsman about his condition and the source of his distress. Polyphemus's replies, distorted by pain and rage, claimed that nobody was killing him through treachery and violence. The other giants interpreted this response literally, concluding that their kinsmen suffered from some divine affliction or natural illness rather than enemy action, leading them to disperse after offering useless advice about prayer and patience. The deception succeeded because Odysseus had earlier identified himself to the drunken giant as nobody, anticipating that this false name might prove useful in confusing potential rescue attempts. The psychological manipulation demonstrated the kind of strategic thinking that had made him valuable during the siege of Troy, turning the Cyclops' own words against him when assistance might have otherwise arrived. The departing voices of the other giants confirmed that no immediate rescue would be forthcoming, leaving Polyphemus to deal with his injuries and captives without external support. Despite his blindness and obvious agony, the wounded giant retained enough presence of mind to position himself directly in front of the cave entrance, preventing any escape attempts when he eventually moved the blocking stone. His massive hands swept the area around the entrance continuously, ready to seize anyone who might try to slip past his guard. The strategy effectively neutralized their tactical advantage from his blindness, as the narrow opening meant he could detect movement through touch even without sight. The morning routine proceeded with modifications necessitated by Polyphemus's condition, as he fumbled through his usual tasks of tending the flock while maintaining his guard position. The animals showed distress at their master's obvious pain and altered behaviour, but their conditioning kept them manageable despite the unusual circumstances. The giant's determination to maintain his normal schedule while preventing his captives' escape demonstrated both his intelligence and his commitment to eventual revenge against his tormentors. The escape plan that Odysseus devised exploited both the Cyclops' blindness and his attachment to his livestock, recognizing that the animals represented his primary source of wealth and sustenance. The largest rams in the flock possessed thick, woolly coats that could potentially conceal human bodies if the men could secure themselves beneath the animals without detection. The plan required perfect timing and absolute silence, as any sound or movement might alert the blind giant to their deception. Each surviving Greek selected a ram large enough to support his weight, while providing adequate concealment beneath its woolly belly. The men used strips torn from their clothing to lash themselves to their chosen animals, creating secure but removable bonds that would hold them in position during the flock's movement while allowing quick release once they reached safety. The process required careful attention to the ram's comfort and behaviour, as distressed animals might alert Polyphemus to the deception through unusual sounds or movements. The critical moment arrived when Polyphemus began his morning routine of releasing the flock for grazing, rolling aside the massive entrance stone while positioning himself to examine each animal as it passed. His hands moved systematically over each sheep and goat, checking for abnormalities while maintaining his guard against human escape attempts. The blind giant's thoroughness made detection seem inevitable, but his focus on the animals' backs and sides left their bellies relatively unexamined. One by one, the disguised Greeks passed through the entrance beneath their woolly camouflage, their hearts pounding as Polyphemus's massive hands passed over their hiding places without detection. The giant's examination focused on ensuring his valuable livestock remained healthy and complete, his pastoral concerns temporarily overriding his desire for revenge against his tormentors. Each successful passage brought them closer to freedom, though the final man faced the greatest risk, as any pattern recognition might alert the Cyclops to the deception. Odysseus chose to escape beneath the largest ram in the flock, a magnificent animal whose size and thick wool provided maximum concealment but also attracted the most attention from its owner. Polyphemus spent additional time examining this particular ram, his hands exploring its fleece while he spoke to it in the affectionate tones of a shepherd addressing a prized animal. The extended inspection nearly exposed the deception as the giant's fingers came within inches of discovering the hidden human cargo. The successful escape from the cave entrance did not guarantee safety, as the Greeks still had to reach their ship and depart before Polyphemus could organize pursuit or summon assistance from other Cyclopes in the area. The men freed themselves from their animal disguises and ran toward the beach where their vessel waited, driving several of the giant's sheep and goats ahead of them as compensation for their suffering and lost comrades. The livestock represented valuable additions to their supplies, while serving as partial revenge against their former captor. The loading of men and stolen animals proceeded with desperate haste as Polyphemus's roars of discovery echoed from the cave entrance, the giant having finally realized that his captives had escaped, along with a significant portion of his flock. His massive form appeared at the cave mouth, blood still streaming from his destroyed eye, while he hurled curses and threats toward the fleeing Greeks. The sight of their tormentor's condition provided some satisfaction, though his obvious rage suggested that their troubles with him were far from over. The ship's departure from the mainland shore proceeded smoothly until they reached what seemed like safe distance from the beach, at which point Odysseus made a decision that would prove catastrophic for his expedition's future. Instead of maintaining silence and escaping undetected, he chose to reveal his true identity to the blinded giant, shouting his name, parentage, and city of origin across the water. The boastful declaration satisfied his pride as a warrior who had overcome seemingly impossible odds, but it provided Polyphemus with the information necessary for divine retribution. The Cyclops' prayer to his father Poseidon carried across the water with the force of genuine anguish and filial appeal, calling upon the sea god to avenge his son's mutilation and ensure that the Greeks' homecoming would be delayed, difficult, and costly. The invocation followed proper religious forms, despite Polyphemus's primitive nature, demonstrating his legitimate status as Poseidon's offspring and his right to divine assistance in matters of justice. The prayer's specific requests for prolonged wandering, loss of companions, and eventual solitary return would prove prophetically accurate. Poseidon's response manifested immediately through supernatural phenomena that left no doubt about divine intervention in mortal affairs. The sea around their ship began to churn with unnatural violence, while the sky darkened despite the early hour and clear weather conditions that had prevailed moments earlier. Waves rose to impossible heights without corresponding wind patterns, their peaks crowned with foam that glowed with phosphorescent light visible even in daylight. The ship's crew recognized these signs as evidence of divine wrath that would pursue them far beyond this immediate encounter. The immediate escape from the Cyclops' island succeeded, but the long-term consequences of their encounter would define the remainder of their journey home. Polyphemus's curse had been heard and accepted by Poseidon, ensuring that divine opposition would complicate every aspect of their future travels. The loss of 4 men to the giant's cannibalism had also reduced their effective strength, while demonstrating the deadly consequences of underestimating unknown threats. Most significantly, Odysseus's decision to reveal his identity had transformed a successful escape into the beginning of a personal vendetta between mortal hero and immortal god. The psychological impact on the surviving crew proved as significant as the physical losses they had sustained. Men who had conquered Troy through discipline and strategic planning had been reduced to helpless victims by a single primitive giant, their military skills proving useless against an opponent who operated outside the normal rules of civilized warfare. The experience shattered their confidence in conventional tactics while introducing fears about the supernatural dangers that might await them in unknown territories. The successful escape through cunning rather than direct confrontation reinforced Odysseus's reputation as a leader who could devise solutions to seemingly impossible problems, but it also established patterns of deception and manipulation that would characterize their future encounters. The crew learned to expect their commander to employ elaborate schemes rather than straightforward approaches, creating both advantages and complications as their journey continued. Their willingness to follow his increasingly complex plans would be tested repeatedly as they encountered additional supernatural threats. The stolen livestock provided immediate practical benefits through fresh meat and milk, while their wool could be processed into clothing and other necessities during the long sea voyage ahead. However, The animals also represented evidence of their theft from Polyphemus, making them potentially recognizable to other Cyclopes who might encounter the expedition in future landfalls. The decision to take the giant's property had satisfied desires for revenge, while creating additional risks for their continued journey. As their ship sailed away from the Cyclops island, the crew could see other giants gathering along the mainland shore, their massive forms visible even at considerable distance. The response suggested a level of social organisation among the Cyclops that contradicted their apparent primitiveness, implying communication networks and mutual assistance agreements that might complicate future encounters with their kind. The knowledge that they had made enemies of an entire population of supernatural beings added another layer of concern to their already complicated situation. The successful conclusion of their escape did not diminish the broader implications of their encounter with Polyphemus and the divine curse that now pursued them. Every member of the expedition understood that they had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return to their previous status as favoured warriors returning home in triumph. The supernatural forces aligned against them would require different strategies and different kinds of courage than anything they had previously experienced. Their journey home had become something far more complex and dangerous than a simple sea voyage, transforming into a test of their worthiness to survive divine punishment and eventually reach the shores of Ithaca. The escape from Polyphemus had left Odysseus's remaining fleet of 10 ships scattered across unfamiliar waters, their crews traumatized by the brutal encounter with the cannibalistic Cyclops and increasingly aware that divine forces were actively working against their homecoming. The supernatural storm that had followed their departure from the giant's island had driven them far off any recognizable shipping routes, leaving even the most experienced navigators uncertain of their position relative to known landmarks. The men spoke in hushed tones about the curse Polyphemus had invoked, while every unusual cloud formation or change in wind direction was interpreted as potential evidence of Poseidon's continuing wrath. 6 days of difficult sailing through choppy seas brought them to a coastline that appeared more promising than their recent landfalls, with what seemed to be a natural harbour protected by high cliffs on either side. The entrance to this harbour was narrow but deep, allowing ships to pass through in single file while providing excellent protection from storms and hostile vessels once inside. The enclosed bay stretched for several miles inland, its calm waters reflecting the surrounding hills where smoke columns suggested a substantial population capable of providing the supplies and information they desperately needed. The harbour's configuration struck some of the more experienced sailors as unusual, though none could articulate exactly what seemed wrong about its layout. The entrance channel was perhaps narrower than ideal for a port of this apparent size, while the surrounding cliffs rose more steeply than typically found in natural formations. However, their immediate needs for fresh water, food and repairs to storm-damaged equipment outweighed concerns about geographical anomalies. The presence of other vessels anchored in the inner harbour suggested active maritime trade, making this seem like exactly the kind of civilized port where they might find assistance. Odysseus ordered 9 of his ships to enter the harbour and anchor in the protected waters, while keeping his own vessel outside as a precautionary measure based on his growing distrust of seemingly favourable circumstances. His flagship remained positioned near the harbour mouth with a skeleton crew, ready to provide assistance or warning if the situation inside developed problems. The arrangement reflected lessons learned from their previous encounters, where overconfidence and insufficient caution had led to unnecessary casualties and complications. The ships that entered the harbour found excellent anchorage in deep water, near what appeared to be a well-developed port facility. Stone quays extended into the water at regular intervals, while warehouses and other commercial buildings lined the shore in organised rows that suggested careful urban planning. The other vessels in the harbour included both local fishing boats and larger merchant ships from various Mediterranean ports, their diverse origins indicating active international trade relationships that boded well for peaceful commercial interactions. The reconnaissance party sent ashore consisted of 3 men under the command of one of Odysseus's most trusted officers, with instructions to locate local authorities and negotiate for supplies while gathering intelligence about regional geography and political conditions. The men carried samples of their trade goods, including metalwork, textiles, and wine that had proven valuable in previous diplomatic encounters. Their mission emphasized caution and quick withdrawal if circumstances seemed threatening, though the civilized appearance of the port facilities suggested minimal risk from this particular investigation. The landing party discovered a city unlike anything in their previous experience, with buildings constructed on a scale that dwarfed normal human architecture, while maintaining sophisticated design principles that demonstrated advanced engineering capabilities. The streets were paved with fitted stone blocks, while elaborate drainage systems handled rainwater runoff with efficiency that surpassed even the best Greek urban planning. Public fountains provided fresh water at regular intervals, their decorative elements showing artistic sophistication that rivaled the finest work found in Troy or other major cities. However, the most striking feature of this urban landscape was the complete absence of normal-sized human beings. The few inhabitants visible on the streets stood nearly twice the height of ordinary men, their proportions suggesting a race of giants similar to the Cyclops, but possessing clearly superior intelligence and organizational abilities. These Laestrygonians moved with purpose through their oversized city, engaged in commercial and administrative activities that indicated a complex society with specialized roles and hierarchical structures. The Laestrygonian population showed initial curiosity rather than hostility toward the Greek visitors, gathering in small groups to observe these unusually small foreigners who had arrived in their harbour. Their clothing consisted of finely woven fabrics decorated with intricate patterns, while their tools and weapons displayed craftsmanship that suggested advanced metallurgical techniques. The giants communicated among themselves in a language that bore no resemblance to any known Mediterranean tongue, though some individuals attempted to address the Greeks in broken phrases of various trade languages. The reconnaissance party was escorted to what appeared to be the royal palace, a massive structure that dominated the city centre, with its towering walls and elaborate architectural details. The building's scale required the Greeks to climb steps designed for beings twice their height, while doorways and corridors seemed vast enough to accommodate entire armies of normal-sized humans. The interior decoration included frescoes depicting scenes of Laestrygonian life, with particular emphasis on hunting, agriculture, and what appeared to be religious ceremonies involving human sacrifice. The audience with the Laestrygonian king revealed the true nature of their host's intentions, as the giant ruler examined the Greek visitors with the calculating interest of a predator evaluating potential prey. King Antiphates stood nearly 15 feet tall, his massive frame clothed in robes that would have served as tents for ordinary men, while his crown consisted of precious metals worked into designs that incorporated human bones as decorative elements. The throne room's walls displayed weapons and armour taken from previous victims, their variety suggesting that the Laestrygonians had been preying on Mediterranean shipping for extended periods. The king's questions focused not on trade opportunities or diplomatic relations, but on the size and composition of the Greek expedition, the location of their ships, and the nature of their cargo. His interest in these military details became increasingly obvious as the interrogation continued, while other Laestrygonians gathered in the throne room with expressions that suggested anticipation of violence rather than commercial negotiation. The realization that they had walked into a trap dawned gradually on the Greek representatives, though their options for escape were severely limited by their location deep within the giant city. The Laestrygonians' attack began without warning, as King Antiphates seized one of the Greek scouts and bit through his neck with teeth designed for tearing flesh, demonstrating that these giants were not merely large humans, but active cannibals who viewed foreign visitors as food sources rather than potential trading partners. The brutal execution occurred in full view of the remaining Greeks, who found themselves surrounded by giants whose friendly curiosity had transformed into predatory hunger. The systematic nature of the attack suggested this was standard procedure for dealing with small groups of foreign sailors who ventured into their territory. The two surviving members of the reconnaissance party managed to escape the palace through their superior speed and agility, advantages that allowed them to navigate the giant-sized architecture more quickly than their massive pursuers could follow. Their flight through the city streets created chaos as Laestrygonians poured from buildings and side streets, some carrying nets and ropes designed for capturing prey, while others brandished clubs and spears proportioned for their enormous size. The chase continued through winding streets and across public squares, with the Greeks using their intimate knowledge of urban warfare gained during the siege of Troy to evade capture through clever use of obstacles and terrain features. The alarm spread throughout the city with supernatural speed, as drums and horn calls summoned the entire Laestrygonian population to participate in what appeared to be a coordinated hunting expedition. The giants' response demonstrated sophisticated military organisation, with different groups moving to block potential escape routes, while others organised systematic searches of areas where the fleeing Greeks might attempt to hide. The level of coordination suggested extensive experience in hunting human prey, while the enthusiasm displayed by the population indicated that such activities represented entertainment as well as food procurement. Meanwhile, the Greek ships anchored in the harbour found themselves trapped as Laestrygonian forces occupied the cliff tops surrounding the narrow entrance channel. The giants had positioned massive boulders at strategic points along the cliff faces, creating an improvised artillery system capable of destroying any vessel that attempted to escape through the harbour mouth. The stones were far larger than anything normal humans could manipulate, some weighing several tons and capable of crushing entire ships if accurately targeted. The systematic placement of these weapons suggested that trapping foreign vessels was a regular practice rather than an improvised response to the current situation. The attack on the trapped ships began as soon as the Laestrygonian forces completed their preparations, with massive stones raining down from the cliff tops in a coordinated bombardment that demonstrated both accuracy and devastating effectiveness. The first volley destroyed 2 ships completely, the hulls shattered by direct hits that killed most of their crews instantly, while leaving survivors struggling in water that quickly turned red with blood. The giant's aim proved remarkably accurate despite the considerable distance involved, suggesting extensive practice in this particular form of warfare. The remaining ships attempted to manoeuvre within the confined harbour space, but their options were severely limited by the narrow waters and the systematic nature of the bombardment. Laestrygonian forces had positioned themselves at multiple points along both cliff faces, creating overlapping fields of fire that made evasion nearly impossible for vessels trapped in the harbour's centre. The giants coordinated their attacks through horn signals, timing their volleys to maximise damage while conserving ammunition for sustained bombardment. One by one, the trapped ships succumbed to the relentless stone bombardment, their bronze-reinforced hulls proving inadequate against weapons that struck with the force of catapult projectiles. The Laestrygonians showed particular skill in targeting masts and steering equipment, disabling vessels before delivering killing blows that sent them to the harbour bottom. The systematic destruction proceeded with mechanical precision, each ship's death throes marked by the screams of drowning sailors and the crash of collapsing rigging. The giants did not limit themselves to long-range bombardment, but also deployed into the harbour waters using boats proportioned for their enormous size. These vessels, each capable of carrying a dozen Laestrygonian warriors, moved among the wreckage to capture survivors who might otherwise escape by swimming to shore. The rescue operations quickly revealed themselves as harvesting expeditions, with the giants using nets and grappling hooks to haul struggling Greeks from the water, like fishermen collecting their catch. The captured sailors faced immediate consumption as the Laestrygonians treated human flesh as a readily available food source requiring no special preparation beyond basic butchering techniques. The giants ate their victims alive in many cases, their massive teeth capable of severing limbs and crushing bones, while their prey remained conscious and struggling. The systematic nature of this cannibalism suggested cultural practices that had developed over generations of preying on Mediterranean shipping, with established techniques for processing human meat and distributing it among the population. From his position outside the harbour, Odysseus witnessed the systematic destruction of 9/10 of his fleet, while remaining powerless to provide assistance without sacrificing his remaining ship and crew to the same fate. The narrow harbour entrance that had seemed so protective now revealed itself as a carefully designed trap, with the Laestrygonians using the natural geography to their advantage in a strategy that had probably been employed against countless previous victims. The king of Ithaca faced the terrible choice between attempting a rescue mission that would certainly fail and preserving his last ship for whatever challenges lay ahead. The two surviving scouts from the reconnaissance mission managed to reach the harbour's edge through a combination of luck and desperate courage, though their escape route to Odysseus's ship remained blocked by Laestrygonian forces controlling the waterfront. The giants had anticipated this possibility and positioned guards at regular intervals along the shore, their massive forms easily visible against the skyline as they watched for additional Greeks attempting to flee their doomed comrades. The systematic coverage suggested military thinking that went far beyond simple predatory instincts. Odysseus made the agonizing decision to abandon his trapped men and flee with his single remaining vessel, recognizing that any attempt at rescue would only add his ship to the growing collection of wrecks in the harbour. The choice violated every principle of military leadership he had learned during the siege of Troy, but the alternative offered no hope of saving anyone while guaranteeing the expedition's complete destruction. The decision would haunt him throughout the remainder of his journey, adding guilt and survivor's remorse to the growing catalogue of psychological burdens he carried. The escape from the Laestrygonian harbour required precise timing and considerable luck, as the giants controlling the cliff tops could easily have destroyed his ship if they had been prepared for this possibility. However, their attention remained focused on harvesting survivors from the destroyed vessels, while the systematic nature of their usual operations had not anticipated a ship remaining outside the harbour during the initial landing. Odysseus's caution in keeping his flagship separate from the main fleet proved to be the decision that saved the expedition from complete annihilation. The single ship's departure proceeded under a hail of hastily thrown stones as the Laestrygonians realised that part of their prey was escaping, but the distance and angle made accurate targeting difficult even for their enormous strength. Several projectiles struck the water nearby, sending up geysers that soaked the crew while demonstrating the giant's continued reach, but none achieved direct hits on the vessel itself. The bronze-reinforced hull showed several dents from near misses, while the steering oar required emergency repairs after a glancing blow from a smaller stone. The psychological impact of losing nearly 400 men in a single engagement devastated the survivors, who had witnessed the systematic destruction of their comrades without being able to provide any assistance. The crew of the surviving ship included men who had lost close friends and relatives in the harbour massacre, their grief compounded by guilt over their own survival and anger at their helplessness during the attack. The expedition that had begun with 12 ships and over 500 men now consisted of a single vessel carrying fewer than 50 survivors. The sailing that followed their escape from the Laestrygonian territory proceeded in grim silence, with crew members struggling to process the magnitude of their losses while maintaining the ship's operation. The reduced numbers meant that every man had to take on additional responsibilities, while the psychological trauma made concentration on routine tasks increasingly difficult. Several sailors reported nightmares about giant hands reaching up from the water, while others became obsessively vigilant about scanning the horizon for signs of pursuit or additional threats. 7 days of sailing through increasingly unfamiliar waters brought them to another island, this one showing signs of habitation, but lacking the obvious dangers that had characterized their recent landfalls. The coastline appeared more welcoming than the harsh cliffs of the Laestrygonian territory, with gentle beaches backed by forested hills where smoke columns suggested a smaller, potentially more manageable population. The vegetation looked lush and healthy, indicating fresh water sources and fertile soil that might support peaceful agricultural communities rather than predatory giants. The island of Aeaea revealed itself as the domain of the goddess Circe. Though this divine nature was not immediately apparent to the exhausted Greeks, who saw only another potentially hostile landfall requiring careful investigation. The landscape showed clear signs of supernatural influence in its perfect organisation and unnatural abundance, with fruit trees bearing ripe produce regardless of season and streams flowing with unusual clarity and sweetness. The very air seemed charged with magical energy that made sensitive individuals feel simultaneously energized and apprehensive about what they might encounter. Circe's palace occupied the island's highest point, its architecture blending seamlessly with the natural landscape while displaying craftsmanship that exceeded normal human capabilities. The building appeared to have grown from the living rock rather than being constructed through conventional techniques, with walls that curved organically and rooms that flowed into each other without obvious structural boundaries. Gardens surrounding the palace contained plants from every climate zone in the Mediterranean world, their impossible coexistence suggesting supernatural intervention in natural processes. The initial reconnaissance revealed the palace's most disturbing feature, a menagerie of wild animals that behaved with unnatural docility around human visitors. Lions, wolves, and bears wandered freely through the gardens, showing no aggression toward potential prey while displaying intelligence that seemed almost human in its complexity. The animals approached the Greek scouts with obvious recognition and what appeared to be attempts at communication, their behaviour suggesting former human consciousness trapped within bestial forms. The scouting party of 22 men under Eurylochus's command approached the palace with weapons ready but found no immediate threats beyond the unsettling behaviour of the transformed animals. The creatures pressed close to the Greeks with desperate intensity, their eyes showing intelligence and emotional responses that wild beasts should not possess. Several animals attempted to guide the men toward the palace entrance, while others seemed to be trying to warn them away through gestures and vocalizations that carried undertones of human speech. Circe herself appeared at the palace entrance as a woman of extraordinary beauty, whose appearance seemed to shift subtly depending on the viewer's perspective, sometimes appearing as a young maiden, and other times as a mature woman of commanding presence. Her clothing consisted of robes that seemed to be woven from light itself, while her voice carried harmonics that resonated in listeners' minds long after she stopped speaking. The goddess's initial demeanour suggested gracious hospitality, though careful observers noted that her smile never quite reached her eyes. The invitation to enter her palace and partake of refreshment came with all the proper forms of guest friendship, though the supernatural nature of both hostess and setting made the Greeks understandably cautious about accepting. Circe's servants, who appeared to be normal human women, prepared an elaborate feast featuring delicacies from throughout the known world, along with wines that sparkled with their own inner light. The abundance and quality of the offerings far exceeded what should have been possible on a relatively small island with limited resources. The magical nature of Circe's hospitality became apparent when the first Greeks to sample her food began experiencing physical transformations that reduced them from human warriors to common swine. The change proceeded gradually, beginning with alterations in posture and facial features, before progressing to complete metamorphosis that left human consciousness trapped within pig bodies. The transformation process appeared painless but irreversible through normal means, while the victims retained enough awareness to understand their fate without being able to communicate or resist. Eurylochus witnessed the beginning of these transformations and managed to escape the palace before Circe could complete her spellcasting, though half of his men had already succumbed to the goddess's magic by the time he realized the danger. His flight through the palace gardens was hindered by the transformed animals, many of whom he now recognised as former visitors who had suffered similar fates. The escape required both speed and determination to overcome the psychological impact of seeing his comrades reduced to barnyard animals. The report that Eurylochus brought back to Odysseus confirmed their worst fears about supernatural threats that could not be overcome through conventional military tactics. The goddess Circe possessed powers that made physical resistance futile, while her island's isolation meant that escape would be difficult even if they could somehow rescue the transformed men. The situation required a completely different approach from anything they had previously encountered, with magic being countered through divine intervention rather than human cleverness. Odysseus's decision to attempt a rescue mission, despite the obvious supernatural dangers, reflected both his responsibility as a leader and his growing understanding that their journey had moved beyond the realm of normal human experience. The encounter with Polyphemus had introduced them to divine wrath, while the Laestrygonian massacre had demonstrated the deadly consequences of underestimating supernatural threats. Circe represented a different category of danger entirely, one that required divine assistance to overcome successfully. The intervention came from Hermes, messenger of the gods, who appeared to Odysseus as he prepared for what seemed likely to be a suicidal mission to rescue his transformed comrades. The divine messenger's arrival was marked by the sudden appearance of perfect calm in previously choppy waters, while the air filled with the scent of ambrosia and the sound of celestial music that indicated divine presence. Hermes manifested in his traditional form as a young man of exceptional beauty, his winged sandals and caduceus identifying him unmistakably as Zeus's herald. The god's explanation of Circe's nature and powers provided crucial intelligence about the supernatural forces Odysseus would face in attempting to rescue his men. Circe was revealed as a daughter of Helios, the sun god, her magical abilities derived from divine heritage rather than learned sorcery. Her transformation of visitors into animals represented not malicious cruelty, but a fundamental aspect of her nature as a goddess who revealed the beast within every mortal who entered her domain. The magic could be resisted only through divine protection or supernatural knowledge that mortals rarely possessed. Hermes provided this protection through a magical herb called moly, a plant that grew only in divine gardens and possessed the power to neutralize Circe's transformative magic. The herb's appearance was distinctive, with black roots and white flowers that seemed to glow within a light, while its scent carried undertones of both honey and bitter almonds. The god warned that the plant would lose its protective properties if mishandled or consumed improperly, making precise adherence to his instructions essential for success. The divine messenger also provided tactical advice about confronting Circe directly, explaining that her magic was most effective against those who accepted her hospitality willingly. Resistance had to be maintained from the moment of first contact, while any acceptance of food or drink would weaken the moly's protective effects. The goddess could be compelled to reverse her transformations if properly confronted by someone immune to her powers, though this would require both courage and diplomatic skill to achieve without provoking more dangerous retribution. Armed with divine protection and crucial intelligence, Odysseus approached Circe's palace alone, leaving his remaining crew with strict orders to depart immediately if he failed to return within a specified time period. The decision to face the goddess without backup reflected both practical necessity and strategic thinking, as larger groups would be more difficult to protect while potentially triggering defensive responses that might make negotiation impossible. The mission represented the expedition's last hope for recovering their transformed comrades while avoiding complete destruction. The confrontation with Circe proceeded exactly as Hermes had predicted, with the goddess initially attempting to transform her visitor through the same techniques that had proven effective against his comrades. Her magical feast included delicacies designed to lower resistance, while her wine contained enchantments that would have reduced any normal mortal to bestial form within minutes of consumption. However, The mole's protection allowed Odysseus to maintain his human consciousness and physical form despite consuming the magically enhanced refreshments. Circe's reaction to the failure of her magic revealed both surprise and professional respect for an opponent who had somehow acquired protection against her powers. The goddess recognized the divine intervention that must have provided such immunity, while her experience with immortal politics made her cautious about escalating conflicts that might involve other deities. Her transformation from antagonist to ally began with her recognition that Odysseus possessed divine protection, though her cooperation came with conditions that would test the Greeks' resolve in ways they had not yet imagined. The goddess explained that their journey home could not proceed directly, as Poseidon's curse had created supernatural barriers that would destroy any vessel attempting the normal sea routes to Ithaca. Instead, they would need to consult the dead themselves, specifically the blind prophet Tiresias, whose knowledge transcended the boundaries between life and death. Only through this consultation could they learn the specific requirements for appeasing divine wrath and securing safe passage to their homeland. The goddess provided detailed instructions for reaching the entrance to Hades, a journey that would require sailing to the western edge of the known world, where the sun died each evening and the boundaries between realms grew thin. The location lay beyond the Pillars of Heracles, in waters where normal navigation failed and only supernatural guidance could prevent ships from becoming lost forever in the trackless void that surrounded the world of the living. The voyage itself would test their seamanship against currents that flowed between dimensions and winds that carried voices of the dead. Circe's directions emphasized the precise rituals required to communicate with the deceased, as improper procedures would either fail to summon the spirits or attract malevolent entities that fed on living souls. The ceremony demanded specific sacrifices performed in exact sequence, beginning with the offering of a black ram and a black ewe, whose blood would create a connection between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The animals had to be perfect specimens, unmarked by blemish or injury, their lives ending through ritual cuts that allowed their blood to flow into a specially prepared pit. The preparation of the sacrificial site required careful attention to both practical and supernatural considerations. The pit had to be dug in the shape of a perfect square, each side measuring exactly 1 cubit in length, while its depth reached precisely to a man's elbow when his hand touched the bottom. The excavated earth could not be scattered randomly, but had to be arranged in 4 equal piles corresponding to the cardinal directions, creating a symbolic representation of the ordered cosmos within which the ritual would take place. Any deviation from these specifications would render the ceremony ineffective or potentially dangerous. The blood offering represented only the beginning of the complex ritual sequence, as the spirits of the dead required additional inducements to manifest in forms capable of coherent communication. Libations of honey, milk, wine, and water had to be poured in specific proportions around the pit's perimeter, each liquid representing different aspects of life that the dead had lost and desperately craved. The honey symbolized the sweetness of mortal pleasure, while milk represented the nurturing aspects of existence that sustained both body and soul during earthly life. Wine carried particular significance as the drink that brought forgetfulness of sorrow, a quality that made it especially attractive to spirits burdened with memories of their mortal failures and sufferings. The water represented the fundamental essence of life itself, the basic element without which no living creature could survive. The combination of these offerings created a spiritual feast that would draw the dead from their shadowy realm into the borderland where communication with the living became possible. The timing of the ritual proved as crucial as its physical components, as the ceremony could only succeed during the brief period when day transitioned into night and the barriers between worlds grew weakest. This liminal time, when neither full light nor complete darkness dominated the sky, created conditions where supernatural phenomena occurred most readily. The participants had to begin their preparations while the sun still shone, but complete the actual summoning as twilight deepened into true night, requiring precise coordination and flawless execution under increasingly difficult conditions. The journey to the appointed place took 12 days of sailing through waters that grew progressively stranger as they moved beyond the familiar boundaries of the Mediterranean world. The sea itself seemed different in these remote regions, with colours that shifted between deep blue and an unsettling grey-green that hurt the eyes to observe directly. Schools of fish followed patterns that defied natural behaviour, swimming in perfect geometric formations while maintaining absolute silence that created an eerie contrast to the normal sounds of marine life. The weather remained unnaturally calm throughout their voyage, with winds that blew steadily from the east regardless of normal seasonal patterns or the time of day. The unchanging conditions suggested supernatural intervention in natural processes, as if the gods themselves were guiding their passage toward the appointed destination. Stars appeared in configurations that experienced navigators could not recognize, while the sun's path across the sky followed a trajectory that seemed slightly wrong according to established astronomical knowledge. As they approached the entrance to the underworld, the landscape itself began to reflect the proximity of the realm of the dead. The coastline consisted of black volcanic rock, worn smooth by waves that crashed with unusual violence despite the calm conditions further offshore. Twisted trees grew from crevices in the stone, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers, while their leaves rustled without any detectable wind to disturb them. The air carried scents of sulphur and decay that grew stronger as they drew closer to their destination. The actual entrance appeared as a cave mouth large enough to accommodate their ship, its opening framed by columns of natural stone that had been carved with symbols whose meaning none of the Greeks could decipher. Water flowed from the cave in a steady stream that seemed to absorb light rather than reflecting it, creating a pathway of absolute darkness that extended into the sea for several hundred yards. The sound of this water differed from normal streams, producing harmonics that resembled distant voices speaking in languages that predated human civilization. Odysseus ordered his men to beach their vessel on a narrow strip of sand adjacent to the cave entrance, though the landing required careful manoeuvring to avoid rocks that seemed to shift position when observed directly. The crew worked in unusual silence, their normal chatter suppressed by an atmosphere that made loud sounds seem like violations of sacred space. Even the routine tasks of securing the ship and unloading necessary equipment proceeded with the solemnity of religious ceremony, as every man felt the weight of supernatural presence pressing down upon their activities. The preparation of the sacrificial site began immediately upon landing, as the approaching sunset would provide only a limited window for completing the complex ritual requirements. The designated location lay approximately 50 paces from the cave entrance, positioned where the last rays of sunlight would illuminate the ceremony's beginning while allowing darkness to claim the area as the summoning reached its climax. The symbolic significance of this placement emphasized the transition between life and death that the ritual was designed to facilitate. The digging of the square pit proceeded under Odysseus's direct supervision, with measurements checked repeatedly to ensure absolute precision in dimensions and orientation. The excavated soil revealed an unusual composition that included fragments of bone and metal objects whose origins could not be determined, suggesting that this location had been used for similar purposes by previous visitors. The discovery of these artifacts reinforced the site's significance, while providing tangible evidence of the thin boundary between worlds that characterized this liminal space. The selection of the sacrificial animals from Circe's flock required careful examination to ensure they met the ritual specifications for perfection and colour. The black ram chosen for the ceremony stood nearly as tall as a man at the shoulder, its wool so dark it seemed to absorb light, while its eyes held an intelligence that suggested awareness of its approaching fate. The corresponding ewe displayed similar characteristics, her sleek coat and alert bearing marking her as a prime specimen whose sacrifice would carry maximum spiritual significance. As twilight deepened, Odysseus began the actual summoning ritual with invocations to the gods of the underworld, his voice carrying across the desolate landscape with unusual clarity, despite the absence of any natural acoustic enhancement. The words themselves came from formulas that Circe had taught him, ancient phrases in a dialect of Greek so archaic that their meaning was more felt than understood. The language seemed to resonate with the landscape itself, as if the very stones recognized the authority of these primordial invocations. The sacrifice of the ram proceeded with ceremonial precision, the bronze blade drawing across the animal's throat in a single smooth motion that allowed its life to flow out in a steady stream. The blood fell into the prepared pit with a sound like a heavy rain, though its consistency seemed thicker than normal blood and its colour held undertones of deep purple that became more pronounced in the gathering darkness. The ram's death came peacefully, its eyes closing as if in sleep rather than displaying the panic that typically accompanied violent death. The ew's sacrifice followed immediately, her blood mingling with that of the ram to create a pool whose surface reflected no light, despite the torches that now provided the only illumination for the ceremony. The combined offering filled the pit to within a finger's width of its rim, the precise volume confirming that the ritual specifications had been calculated to achieve this exact result. The blood surface remained perfectly still despite the evening breeze, creating a mirror-like plane that seemed to extend infinitely downward into darkness. The libations followed in their prescribed sequence, each liquid creating distinctive patterns as it mixed with the blood or spread across the surrounding earth. The honey flowed with golden viscosity that caught the torchlight, while the milk created swirls of white that gradually disappeared into the darker mixture. The wine added its own deep red contribution, though its colour seemed pale compared to the supernatural darkness of the sacrificial blood. The water, poured last, caused the entire mixture to bubble and steam as if heated by some internal fire. The first manifestations of supernatural activity began as wisps of vapour rising from the pit, though these quickly resolved into shapes that suggested human forms in various states of dissolution and reformation. The spirits of the dead appeared initially as barely visible outlines, their features indistinct and their movements uncertain as they struggled to achieve sufficient materiality for communication with the living. The process seemed to require considerable effort on their part, with some spirits managing only brief appearances before fading back into invisibility. The appearance of Elpenor among the first spirits to manifest came as a shock to Odysseus and his men, as none had realised that their former comrade had died during their stay on Circe's island. The young sailor's shade retained the appearance he had possessed in life, though his form flickered like a candle flame in wind, and his voice carried the hollow quality that characterised all communication from the dead. His story emerged in fragments, pieced together through responses that came with obvious difficulty and frequent pauses as he struggled to maintain sufficient coherence for speech. Elpenor's death had occurred through a combination of wine and carelessness that reflected the dangers of supernatural hospitality, even when the host meant no harm. After Circe had restored the transformed men to human form and agreed to assist their journey, the crew had celebrated their deliverance with enthusiasm that led to extensive consumption of the goddess's wine. Elpenor, younger and less experienced than most of his companions, had drunk more heavily than his constitution could handle, leading to the kind of intoxication that impaired judgment and physical coordination. The fatal accident occurred when Elpenor sought to cool himself by sleeping on the roof of Circe's palace, a common practice in warm climates but dangerous for someone whose reflexes had been compromised by alcohol. The palace's architecture included several levels connected by external staircases, creating a complex three-dimensional structure that required careful navigation even under optimal conditions. The combination of darkness, intoxication, and unfamiliar surroundings created circumstances that made a serious accident nearly inevitable. The actual fall happened when Elpenor awakened suddenly, possibly in response to his comrades' preparations for departure, and attempted to descend from the roof without properly orienting himself to his surroundings. The drop measured approximately 30 feet onto stone pavement, a distance that would have been survivable under different circumstances, but proved fatal when combined with the angle of impact and the victim's inability to protect himself during the fall. His neck had broken instantly, sparing him the prolonged suffering that might have accompanied other types of injuries. The discovery of his body had been delayed because the crew's departure preparations focused on loading supplies and preparing the ship, rather than conducting a formal head count of personnel. Elpenor's absence was initially attributed to personal business or last-minute tasks, while the urgency of their departure prevented the kind of systematic accounting that would have revealed his disappearance. Only after they had sailed did anyone realise that one of their number was missing, and by then, return to search for him seemed impossible given their supernatural mission's time constraints. Elpenor's shade explained that his spirit remained trapped in a liminal state because his body had not received proper burial rites, leaving him unable to cross the river Styx and enter the true realm of the dead. This condition caused continuous suffering as he existed in a state between life and death, aware of his loss but unable to find peace through acceptance of his fate. The situation reflected Greek religious beliefs about the absolute necessity of proper funeral procedures for ensuring the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife. The spirit's plea for proper burial carried both personal and religious significance, as neglect of funeral duties represented a serious violation of sacred obligations that could bring divine punishment upon those responsible. Elpenor requested that his body be burned with his armour and weapons, according to traditional warrior customs, with his ashes interred beneath a burial mound marked by the ore he had used during their voyage. The specific nature of these requests reflected established practices for honouring dead comrades while ensuring their spirits' peaceful rest. Odysseus's promise to fulfill these obligations provided immediate relief to Elpenor's shade, which became more solid and coherent as the assurance of eventual proper burial removed the anxiety that had prevented his peaceful transition to death. The psychological burden of leaving a comrade unburied also lifted from the living members of the expedition, though the promise created an additional obligation that would need to be fulfilled before their journey could continue. The exchange demonstrated the continuing bonds between living and dead that characterized Greek understanding of mortality and spiritual existence. The appearance of Tiresias marked the ritual's transition from preliminary encounters to its primary purpose, as the blind prophet possessed the knowledge necessary for guiding their return to Ithaca. The seer's shade manifested with greater solidity than the other spirits, his form retaining the distinctive features that had characterized his mortal existence, including the staff he had carried and the unseeing eyes that had paradoxically granted him supernatural vision. His voice resonated with authority that commanded attention from both the living participants and the other spirits gathered around the sacrificial pit. Tiresias explained that his prophetic abilities had not diminished with death, but had actually expanded to encompass knowledge of events across all time periods, past and future alike. This temporal omniscience allowed him to see the full scope of Odysseus's journey, including trials yet to come and the ultimate resolution of his struggles against divine opposition. However, the prophet's revelations came with warnings about the price of such knowledge and the responsibilities it would place upon those who received it. The seer's first prophecy concerned the immediate challenges awaiting the expedition, particularly the island of the sun god Helios, where cattle sacred to the deity grazed under divine protection. Tiresias warned that these animals must not be harmed under any circumstances, as their slaughter would bring destruction upon the entire crew except for Odysseus himself. The cattle represented a test of discipline and respect for divine authority, with failure meaning death for all who participated in or condoned the sacrilege. The prophet's description of the sacred cattle emphasized their supernatural nature and the severity of consequences for those who violated their protected status. The animals were described as possessing hides that gleamed like polished bronze and voices that could be heard across great distances when they called to their divine master. Their milk and meat sustained the sun god himself during his daily journey across the sky, making them essential to the cosmic order that governed day and night throughout the world. Tiresias explained that hunger and desperation would create powerful temptations to ignore his warnings, as the crew would face starvation if adverse winds trapped them on the island for extended periods. The test would measure not just individual discipline, but collective commitment to divine law, as even one person's transgression would doom the entire group. The prophet's emphasis on this point suggested that leadership alone would not be sufficient to prevent disaster if the crew's loyalty wavered under extreme circumstances. The seer's vision extended beyond the immediate crisis to encompass Odysseus's eventual homecoming, though the prophet's descriptions of future events carried their own burdens of foreknowledge. Tiresias revealed that Ithaca had been overrun by suitors competing for Penelope's hand in marriage, their presence representing both personal insult and political challenge to the rightful king's authority. The situation had deteriorated during his long absence, with the suitors consuming his wealth while plotting to eliminate Telemachus as a potential threat to their ambitions. The prophecy included specific details about the suitors' identities and motivations, information that would prove crucial for planning the eventual confrontation that must occur upon Odysseus's return. Some were described as opportunistic nobles seeking to advance their political positions through marriage to the queen, while others represented foreign interests attempting to gain control over Ithaca's strategic location and maritime resources. The diversity of their backgrounds and motivations would complicate any attempt to resolve the situation through negotiation rather than violence. Tiresias warned that the homecoming would require not just physical courage but careful planning and supernatural assistance, as the suitors had grown numerous and confident during his absence. The prophet's vision included images of a great slaughter that would purge the palace of those who had violated the laws of hospitality and royal authority. However, this violence would bring its own consequences, including blood feuds with the suitors' families and potential civil war that could destroy the kingdom Odysseus sought to reclaim. The seer's final prophecy concerned events that would occur after the immediate crisis of the suitors had been resolved, extending the timeline of Odysseus's trials far beyond his physical return to Ithaca. Tiresias described a future journey that would take the king far inland, carrying an oar until he reached people who had never seen the sea and would mistake his burden for a winnowing fan. Only there could he make the final sacrifice to Poseidon that would end the god's wrath and secure lasting peace for his remaining years. This inland journey represented the ultimate test of Odysseus's commitment to divine reconciliation, requiring him to travel far from his maritime expertise into territories where his reputation and skills would provide no advantages. The symbolic significance of carrying an oar to people who didn't recognize it emphasized the need to bridge different worlds and ways of life in service of divine justice. The sacrifice described by Tiresias would need to include a bull, a ram, and a boar, animals representing different aspects of masculine power and fertility. The prophet concluded his revelations with assurances that these trials, however difficult, would eventually lead to a peaceful old age and death that came from the sea itself rather than through violence or disease. This final prophecy provided hope that suffering would ultimately yield to contentment, though the path to that resolution would require continued courage and wisdom. The knowledge that his struggles had a definite endpoint gave Odysseus strength to face the immediate challenges that lay ahead. The appearance of Anticlea among the spirits gathered around the sacrificial pit struck Odysseus with grief more profound than any physical wound he had endured during years of warfare. His mother's shade retained the gentle features he remembered from childhood, though her form flickered with the same insubstantial quality that characterized all the dead. Her presence confirmed his worst fears about the cost of his prolonged absence, as her death could only have resulted from the grief and worry that his failure to return had caused. Anticlea's explanation of her death revealed the full extent of suffering that his absence had inflicted upon those who loved him most. She had maintained hope for his safe return long after other families had accepted the loss of their men, refusing to believe that her son could have perished when so many others had survived the war and its aftermath. Her faith in his abilities had sustained her through the early years of uncertainty, but as time passed without word of his fate, despair had gradually replaced hope. The final blow had come with reports of the Greek fleet's destruction in the supernatural storm that followed their departure from Troy, news that reached Ithaca through the few survivors who had managed to return home. These accounts described the complete loss of ships and men to divine wrath, leaving no room for hope that anyone could have survived such comprehensive destruction. The confirmation of her worst fears had broken Anticlea's will to live, leading to the decline that ended in her death. Her spirit described the physical symptoms of grief that had consumed her final months, including the loss of appetite that left her unable to maintain adequate nutrition and the sleeplessness that prevented her body from recovering its strength. The emotional pain had manifested as physical illness, creating a downward spiral that no medical intervention could reverse. Her death had come peacefully, she assured him, as a release from suffering rather than a violent end. The conversation revealed that Anticlea's spirit retained complete awareness of events in the mortal world, including knowledge of current conditions in Ithaca and the challenges facing his family. She described Penelope's steadfast refusal to remarry despite increasing pressure from the suitors, whose persistence had grown more aggressive as their numbers increased. The queen's loyalty to her absent husband had become legendary throughout the Greek world, though it came at tremendous personal cost in terms of isolation and constant stress. Telemachus had grown into young manhood during his father's absence, developing the intelligence and courage that marked him as Odysseus's true heir, despite his lack of practical experience in leadership or warfare. Anticlea's description emphasized the young man's potential, while acknowledging the dangerous position he occupied as the primary obstacle to the suitor's ambitions. Several of the more ruthless competitors had already begun plotting his elimination, recognizing that his death would remove the last barrier to claiming both crown and queen. Laertes, Odysseus's father, had withdrawn from public life following his wife's death, retreating to a small farm where he lived like a common labourer, rather than maintaining the dignity appropriate to his royal status. The old king's grief had manifested as complete rejection of the luxuries and responsibilities that had defined his previous existence, choosing instead a life of deliberate hardship that reflected his internal suffering. His condition represented another casualty of Odysseus's prolonged absence, as the loss of both wife and son had broken his spirit entirely. The most heartbreaking aspect of Anticlea's account concerned her final days, when she'd spent hours standing on the palace walls scanning the horizon for ships that might bring news of her son's fate. Her vigil had become a daily ritual that consumed her remaining strength, while providing no relief from the uncertainty that tormented her thoughts. The image of his mother wasting away while watching for his return would haunt Odysseus throughout the remainder of his journey and beyond. His attempts to embrace Anticlea's shade demonstrated the cruel limitations that separated the living from the dead, as his arms passed through her insubstantial form without making contact. The psychological impact of this failed connection proved more devastating than any physical blow he had received during years of warfare, as it emphasized the permanent nature of death's barrier between worlds. 3 times he reached for his mother's spirit, and 3 times his hands grasped only empty air while her image flickered like a candle flame disturbed by wind. The ritual's conclusion came as dawn approached, and the spirits began fading back into the shadowy realm from which they had emerged. The blood in the sacrificial pit had been consumed by the supernatural visitors, leaving only dark stains on the stone that marked where the boundary between worlds had temporarily dissolved. The other shades dispersed gradually, their forms becoming increasingly transparent until only whispers remained to suggest their former presence. The return journey to Circe's island proceeded in contemplative silence as the crew processed the revelations they had witnessed. Circe received them with the satisfaction of a teacher whose students had successfully completed a dangerous lesson, though her divine nature allowed her to perceive the emotional toll their experience had exacted. The goddess provided both practical assistance and spiritual guidance for the challenges that Tiresias had revealed lay ahead, beginning with detailed instructions about navigating the supernatural hazards they would encounter. Her knowledge encompassed not just the locations of these dangers, but the specific techniques required to survive encounters with forces that had destroyed countless previous expeditions. The first of these challenges would come from the Sirens, whose island lay directly along the route that would take them towards home. These creatures appeared as beautiful women whose voices possessed supernatural power to compel any listener toward their rocky shores, where countless ships had been wrecked by sailors who lost all rational thought in their desperate desire to hear more of the enchanting songs. The bones of previous victims littered the beaches around their island, creating a gruesome testament to the effectiveness of their hunting technique. Circe explained that the Sirens' power derived from their ability to sing of events both past and future, revealing knowledge that mortals found irresistible despite the deadly consequences of approaching too closely. Their songs promised wisdom about the Trojan War's hidden details, insights into the gods' secret plans, and revelations about personal futures that no ordinary prophet could provide. The temptation they offered struck directly at the intellectual curiosity that drove heroes to seek glory and understanding beyond normal human limitations. The goddess provided specific countermeasures that had been tested by previous travellers who had managed to survive encounters with these deadly singers. The crew's ears would need to be sealed with beeswax applied in sufficient quantity to block all sound, while their captain would be bound securely to the ship's mast to prevent him from steering toward the Sirens' island. The binding had to be accomplished with ropes that could not be untied quickly, as the song's influence would drive even the strongest-willed listener to desperate measures in attempting to reach their source. Odysseus insisted on hearing the Sirens' songs despite the obvious dangers, driven by the same intellectual curiosity that had made him valuable during the siege of Troy. His decision reflected both personal pride and strategic thinking, as knowledge of the Sirens' capabilities might prove useful in future encounters with similar supernatural threats. However, Circe warned that the experience would test his sanity and self-control beyond anything he'd previously endured, as the songs were specifically designed to exploit each listener's deepest desires and most compelling interests. The preparations for this encounter required careful attention to technical details that would mean the difference between survival and destruction. The beeswax had to be softened to the proper consistency for effective application, while remaining solid enough to maintain its seal against the Sirens' supernatural voices. Each crew member's ears received multiple layers of the protective material, applied with techniques that Circe demonstrated personally to ensure maximum effectiveness. The process proved uncomfortable but necessary, as even small gaps in coverage could allow sufficient sound penetration to compromise the protection. The ropes used to secure Odysseus to the mast were selected for their strength and treated with oils that would prevent them from stretching or weakening under stress. Circe supervised the binding process, ensuring that the knots were positioned where the captive could not reach them, while providing sufficient circulation to prevent permanent injury during what might prove to be an extended ordeal. Additional restraints secured his arms and legs to prevent him from using tools or weapons to cut himself free during moments of temporary madness. The approach to the Sirens' Island proceeded under ideal sailing conditions that seemed almost supernatural in their perfection, with steady winds and calm seas that allowed the ship to maintain course without requiring complex navigation. The crew worked in eerie silence, their sealed ears preventing normal communication, while their faces showed the tension of men approaching a legendary danger. Hand signals and predetermined arrangements replaced verbal commands, creating an atmosphere of disciplined anticipation that reflected their growing experience with supernatural threats. The first indication of the Sirens' presence came through visual rather than auditory cues, as the island's beaches became visible in the distance with their characteristic covering of bleached bones and ship fragments. The debris field extended far into the surrounding waters, creating a maze of partially submerged wrecks that testified to the creature's long history of successful predation. Some of the ships appeared to be recent losses, their bronze fittings still gleaming in the sunlight, while others had deteriorated to mere skeletal frameworks that barely suggested their original form. The Sirens themselves appeared as the ship drew closer, their forms combining human beauty with subtle inhuman characteristics that became apparent only upon careful observation. Their voices began as distant harmonies that seemed to emerge from the wind itself, growing stronger and more compelling as the gap between ship and shore decreased. The songs carried melodies that seemed familiar yet impossible to place, as if drawn from half-remembered dreams or ancestral memories that predated conscious experience. Odysseus felt the supernatural compulsion begin as soon as the first clear notes reached his unprotected ears, his rational mind immediately recognizing the danger, even as his emotions responded to the irresistible attraction of the music. The songs spoke directly to his specific desires and concerns, revealing knowledge about his family's current situation, the suitor's plans, and the divine machinations that controlled his fate. Each verse promised answers to questions that had tormented him throughout his journey, while the melodies themselves created physical sensations of pleasure that made continued listening seem essential to his very survival. The psychological assault intensified as the ship passed closest to the Sirens' island, with the creatures focusing their full attention on the bound listener, whose obvious importance made him their primary target. The songs shifted to address him by name, demonstrating knowledge of his personal history that no mortal could possess, including details about his childhood, his relationship with Penelope, and his secret fears about his ability to reclaim his kingdom. The intimate nature of these revelations created a sense of personal connection that made their promises of greater knowledge seem both credible and irresistible. The physical effects of prolonged exposure to the Sirens' voices manifested as involuntary muscle contractions and altered breathing patterns that suggested the songs were affecting his body as well as his mind. His struggles against the restraining ropes became increasingly violent as rational thought gave way to desperate need to reach the source of the enchanting music. The crew watched their captain's ordeal with obvious concern, though their sealed ears prevented them from understanding the specific nature of his suffering or the content of the songs that drove him to such extremes of behaviour. The most insidious aspect of the Sirens' attack involved their promise to reveal the true purpose behind his sufferings, claiming that the gods' apparent hostility actually served a greater plan that would elevate him above all other mortals. They sang of future glory that would eclipse even Achilles' legendary reputation, of wisdom that would make him the equal of the gods themselves, and of power that would allow him to reshape the Mediterranean world according to his vision. These grandiose promises appealed directly to the heroic ambition that had driven him throughout his life, making their rejection seem like a betrayal of his own nature. As the ship moved beyond the range of the Sirens' voices, the supernatural compulsion gradually faded, leaving Odysseus exhausted and disoriented by the intensity of the experience. The return of rational thought brought both relief at having survived the encounter and profound frustration at the knowledge he had been forced to abandon. The songs had offered genuine insights into divine plans and future events, making their rejection feel like a missed opportunity that might never come again. The psychological aftermath of this near miss with forbidden knowledge would influence his decision-making throughout the remainder of his journey. The crew's removal of their protective beeswax revealed the extent to which they had been isolated from their captain's ordeal, as none had heard even the faintest whisper of the supernatural songs that had nearly driven him to destruction. Their relief at having successfully navigated this legendary hazard was tempered by concern about Odysseus's obvious distress, and the realization that their journey would present additional challenges that might prove even more difficult to survive. The encounter had demonstrated both the effectiveness of divine guidance and the terrible cost of the knowledge that heroes sought in their quest for glory. The next phase of their journey brought them to the strait where Scylla and Charybdis created a navigation challenge that had claimed countless ships over the centuries. These monsters represented opposite types of maritime disaster, with Scylla offering the certainty of limited casualties, while Charybdis threatened complete destruction through her massive whirlpool. The choice between them had become legendary among Mediterranean sailors as the ultimate example of selecting the lesser of two evils when no safe passage existed. Scylla inhabited a cave positioned high on the strait's northern cliff, her monstrous form combining human and bestial characteristics in proportions that defied natural law. Her 6 heads moved independently on serpentine necks that could extend far enough to reach ships passing through the channel below, while her lower body remained anchored in the cave's depths. Each head possessed its own set of razor-sharp teeth, capable of crushing bronze armour and human bone with equal ease, while her intelligence allowed her to coordinate attacks with tactical precision that maximised casualties among her victims. The monster's hunting technique involved waiting until ships entered the narrowest part of the channel before striking with lightning speed that gave crews no opportunity to take defensive measures. Her 6 heads would descend simultaneously, each targeting a different section of the vessel to ensure maximum harvest of human prey. The attacks lasted only seconds, but their efficiency meant that 6 men would disappear with each successful strike, their screams cut short as they were lifted into the air and consumed by the creature's massive jaws. Charybdis presented a different but equally deadly threat from her position on the strait's southern side, where her massive mouth created whirlpools that could destroy entire fleets through the sheer power of her suction. 3 times each day she drew in enormous quantities of seawater, creating currents that no ship could resist once caught in their grip. The whirlpool's diameter measured several hundred yards across, with spiral currents that accelerated as they approached the centre, where the monster's throat created a void that led directly to the underworld's depths. The timing of Charybdis's feeding cycles followed predictable patterns that experienced navigators could use to plan their passage through the strait, though the margin for error remained dangerously small. Ships that attempted passage during her active periods faced certain destruction, while those that miscalculated the timing might find themselves caught in the accelerating currents with no possibility of escape. The monster's passive nature made her seem less threatening than Scylla, but her potential for total annihilation made her the more dangerous choice for any captain who valued his entire crew's survival over the certainty of limited losses. Circe's advice about navigating this supernatural hazard emphasized the impossibility of avoiding all casualties while maintaining sufficient speed to complete the passage before Charybdis's next feeding cycle began. The goddess recommended choosing Scylla's side of the channel, accepting the loss of 6 men as preferable to risking the entire expedition through an encounter with the whirlpool monster. This strategic calculation treated human lives as acceptable losses in service of the greater goal, a perspective that reflected divine thinking but challenged mortal concepts of leadership responsibility. The approach to the strait revealed both monsters in their full terrifying glory, with Scylla's heads visible as they swayed hypnotically above the northern cliff, while Charybdis's whirlpool created a visible depression in the sea's surface on the southern side. The water between them flowed with unusual speed and turbulence, creating navigation challenges that would have been difficult even without the supernatural threats that waited to claim unwary travellers. The strait's natural beauty, with towering cliffs and crystalline waters, created an ironic contrast to the deadly nature of the passage it contained. Odysseus made the agonizing decision to follow Circe's advice and steer closer to Scylla's cliff, knowing that this choice would condemn 6 of his remaining companions to certain death while offering the best chance for the expedition's overall survival. The moral weight of this calculated sacrifice would haunt him for the remainder of his life, as it required him to act with the cold rationality of a military commander while watching friends and loyal followers die for his strategic decisions. The choice embodied the terrible responsibilities of leadership in situations where all available options involved unacceptable costs. The crew's ignorance of their captain's decisions spared them the psychological burden of anticipating their comrades' deaths, though their naval experience made them aware of the general nature of the threats they faced. The men maintained their positions with professional discipline, trusting in Odysseus's leadership while preparing for whatever challenges the passage might present. Their confidence in his abilities reflected years of shared dangers and successful outcomes, though this situation would test that trust in ways that previous encounters had not approached. Scylla's attack came without warning as the ship entered the optimal range for her strike, her 6 heads descending with coordinated precision that demonstrated centuries of experience in harvesting human prey. The selected victims included some of Odysseus's most trusted companions, men whose skills and loyalty had been proven through years of warfare and exploration. Their deaths occurred so quickly that they had no opportunity to cry out or resist, simply disappearing from the ship's deck as if plucked away by invisible hands. The psychological impact on the surviving crew proved as devastating as the physical loss of their comrades, as witnessing such sudden and arbitrary death shattered their sense of security and control over their fate. The men who remained understood that their survival was due entirely to chance rather than skill or courage, a realization that undermined their confidence in their ability to influence future outcomes. The randomness of Scylla's selection process made every survivor feel simultaneously grateful and guilty about their continued existence. The successful passage through the strait came at a cost that extended far beyond the 6 lives lost to Scylla's hunger, as the expedition's morale and cohesion suffered damage that would prove difficult to repair. The survivors questioned their captain's decision-making process while struggling with their own complicity in a strategy that had treated their comrades as acceptable losses. The knowledge that similar choices might be required in future encounters created an atmosphere of mistrust and apprehension that would complicate their response to subsequent challenges. The arrival at Thrinacia, the island of Helios, the sun god, should have provided welcome relief from the supernatural dangers they had recently survived, but Tiresias's warnings about the sacred cattle made this landfall potentially more dangerous than any previous encounter. The island's natural beauty and abundant resources created a paradise-like environment that seemed designed to restore weary travellers, with freshwater streams, fruit trees, and gentle beaches that invited extended rest. However, the presence of the sun god's sacred herd transformed this apparent sanctuary into a test of discipline and religious devotion that would determine the expedition's ultimate fate. The sacred cattle themselves were magnificent specimens that clearly displayed their divine nature through physical characteristics that exceeded normal bovine proportions and capabilities. Their hides gleamed with metallic luster that reflected sunlight like polished bronze, while their size dwarfed ordinary livestock to the point where a single animal could provide meat for dozens of men. Their voices carried musical qualities that resonated across the island when they called to each other, creating harmonies that seemed to echo the celestial music that accompanied Helios's daily journey across the sky. The herd's behaviour demonstrated intelligence and awareness that far exceeded normal animal consciousness, as they moved in coordinated patterns that suggested communication and planning abilities typically associated with rational beings. Their grazing followed systematic schedules that maximised the island's resources while maintaining the pristine condition of the landscape, creating a balance between consumption and conservation that reflected divine wisdom. The cattle showed no fear of human visitors, approaching the Greeks with curious interest while maintaining a dignity that emphasized their sacred status. Odysseus emphasized the absolute prohibition against harming these animals in any way, explaining Tiresias's warnings about the divine retribution that would follow any violation of their protected status. His instructions stressed that the cattle were not merely valuable livestock, but living symbols of Helios's power, their inviolability representing a fundamental test of respect for divine authority. The crew's acknowledgement of these warnings seemed genuine, though their comfortable circumstances made it difficult to appreciate the severity of temptation they might face if conditions deteriorated. The initial period of their stay on Thrinacia passed peacefully, with the men enjoying the island's natural abundance while their ship underwent necessary repairs and maintenance. Fresh water and wild fruits provided adequate nutrition, while the pleasant climate allowed them to recover their strength after the ordeals they had recently endured. The psychological benefits of this respite proved as valuable as the physical recovery, as the crew's morale improved dramatically in response to their comfortable and secure environment. However, their situation changed dramatically when adverse winds began blowing steadily from the northwest, preventing any attempt to depart the island despite their completed preparations. The wind patterns defied normal meteorological expectations, maintaining consistent direction and intensity for days without the usual variations that characterize natural weather systems. The supernatural nature of these conditions became increasingly obvious as they persisted far beyond the duration of typical seasonal patterns, suggesting divine intervention designed to test their resolve and discipline. As their stay extended from days into weeks, the expedition's food supplies dwindled while the sacred cattle grazed tantalizingly nearby, their obvious abundance creating a cruel contrast to the growing hunger that afflicted the stranded men. The wild fruits and other natural resources that had initially seemed adequate proved insufficient for sustained nutrition, particularly for men whose physical condition had been compromised by months of hardship and supernatural encounters. The psychological pressure of watching potential food sources while facing gradual starvation created conditions that tested human willpower beyond normal limits. The crew's discipline began deteriorating as hunger weakened both their physical condition and their mental resolve, with some men openly questioning the wisdom of respecting divine prohibitions when their lives hung in the balance. Arguments broke out over the distribution of remaining supplies, while suggestions about alternative interpretations of Tiresias's warnings became increasingly frequent and desperate. The social cohesion that had held the group together through previous challenges started fragmenting under the pressure of prolonged privation and the constant temptation represented by the sacred herd. Odysseus recognized the growing danger but found his authority increasingly challenged by men whose desperation made them receptive to any rationalization that might justify violating the divine prohibition. His attempts to maintain discipline through appeals to duty and religious obligation proved less effective than they had been in previous crises, as hunger created a more immediate and compelling motivation than abstract concerns about divine retribution. The situation required constant vigilance to prevent individual crew members from taking action that would doom the entire expedition. The crisis reached its climax when Odysseus, exhausted by weeks of maintaining constant watch over his men, finally succumbed to sleep at the moment when his vigilance was most desperately needed. His unconsciousness was not the result of casual rest, but rather the deep sleep that comes from prolonged physical and mental exhaustion, making it impossible for him to respond to the crisis that his men precipitated in his absence. The timing of this lapse proved catastrophic, as it provided the opportunity that the most desperate members of his crew had been waiting for to take action they would never have attempted under his direct supervision. Eurylochus, who had previously shown sound judgment in dangerous situations, emerged as the leader of the faction that advocated violating the divine prohibition as preferable to slow death through starvation. His arguments combined practical considerations about their survival with theological interpretations that minimized the significance of their transgression. claiming that the gods would prefer living worshippers who had committed minor sacrilege to dead heroes who had maintained perfect piety. These rationalizations proved persuasive to men whose hunger had compromised their ability to think clearly about long-term consequences. The slaughter of the sacred cattle proceeded with ritualistic elements that the perpetrators hoped might mitigate their offence, as they offered prayers to various gods while conducting the killings according to proper sacrificial procedures. The men selected the finest specimens from the herd, believing that offering the best animals might demonstrate respect even while violating the fundamental prohibition against harming them. Their prayers emphasized their desperate circumstances and their intention to honor the gods through future sacrifices once they reached home safely. The cattle's reaction to the attack demonstrated their supernatural nature, as their death cries carried across the island with volume and emotional intensity that no ordinary animals could produce. The sounds awakened Odysseus from his exhausted sleep, though by the time he reached the scene of the slaughter, the damage had already been done. The sight of his men roasting the sacred beef, overcooking fires while the remaining cattle fled in obvious distress filled him with the certainty that divine retribution would follow swiftly and comprehensively. The supernatural signs of divine displeasure began manifesting immediately, as the slaughtered cattle's hides began moving of their own accord while the meat on the cooking spits bellowed with the voices of living animals. These phenomena terrified the men who had participated in the sacrilege, though their hunger drove them to continue consuming the forbidden meat despite the obvious evidence of supernatural intervention. The island itself seemed to respond to the violation, with the previously gentle winds increasing to gale force while the sky darkened with unnatural clouds. Helios's rage at the desecration of his sacred herd reached Olympus with the force of a cosmic earthquake, his demands for justice threatening to disrupt the fundamental order of the universe if his grievances were not addressed. The sun god's petition to Zeus emphasized not just the material loss of his cattle, but the broader implications of allowing mortals to violate divine authority without consequence. His threats to withdraw his light from the world and shine instead in the underworld created a crisis that required immediate divine intervention to prevent cosmic catastrophe. Zeus's response came in the form of a promise to punish the perpetrators through immediate and devastating retribution, though the sun god's demands for justice would extend far beyond the simple execution of the sacrilegious crew members. The king of the gods understood that this violation represented more than individual transgression. It challenged the fundamental order that separated divine prerogatives from mortal presumption. The sacred cattle of Helios served purposes that extended beyond their owner's personal property, functioning as essential components in the cosmic machinery that maintained the sun's daily journey across the heavens. The divine punishment manifested as a supernatural storm that erupted with unprecedented violence as soon as Odysseus and his crew attempted to depart Thrinacia. The wind struck their vessel with force that exceeded anything they had experienced during their previous encounters with divine wrath, while lightning bolts targeted their ship with accuracy that left no doubt about their supernatural origin. The bronze fittings that had protected them through countless natural storms proved useless against celestial fire that melted metal and ignited wood with temperatures that exceeded earthly flames. The ship's destruction occurred with systematic thoroughness that ensured no crew member except Odysseus could survive the catastrophe. Zeus's thunderbolt struck the vessel's mast with such force that the entire structure disintegrated instantly, sending burning fragments in all directions, while the hull split apart like kindling struck by a giant's axe. The men who had consumed the sacred beef died immediately, their bodies consumed by divine fire before they could even attempt to reach the water, while those who had abstained from the forbidden feast found themselves drowning in seas that refused to support their weight. Odysseus alone survived this comprehensive destruction, clinging to fragments of his ship's wreckage, while divine currents carried him away from the scene of punishment toward an unknown fate. The king of Ithaca understood that his survival represented not mercy, but a different form of divine justice, as the gods had determined that his punishment would take the form of prolonged suffering rather than quick death. The loss of his final ship and all remaining companions left him more isolated than any hero in recorded history, stripped of the military resources and loyal followers that had defined his identity since youth. The wreckage that supported him through the initial hours of his ordeal consisted of the ship's mast lashed to sections of the keel, creating a makeshift raft that provided minimal buoyancy while offering no protection against the elements. His survival depended entirely on his physical endurance and the navigation skills he had developed during decades of Mediterranean sailing, though the supernatural currents that carried him followed no patterns that mortal seamanship could predict or control. The divine forces that had scattered the original Greek fleet now focused their attention on guiding this single survivor toward a destination known only to the gods themselves. 9 days of drifting through waters that grew progressively warmer and more tropical brought him to an island that seemed designed by divine hands to serve as both paradise and prison. The coastline revealed beaches of sand so white it hurt the eyes to observe directly, while palm trees and flowering vines created a landscape more beautiful than anything he had encountered during his years of wandering. Fresh water streams descended from forested hills and cascades that created natural pools perfect for bathing, while fruit trees bore produce that remained ripe throughout all seasons without regard for normal agricultural cycles. The island of Ogygia existed outside the normal boundaries of mortal geography, positioned at a location where the usual rules governing time and space operated according to different principles. The supernatural nature of this place became apparent through details that initially seemed merely exotic but gradually revealed themselves as impossible according to natural law. Flowers bloomed continuously without ever wilting or dropping their petals, while the streams flowed uphill in certain areas to create fountains that defied gravitational forces. The very air carried properties that prevented aging and disease, creating conditions where immortality became not just possible but inevitable for anyone who remained there permanently. Calypso herself appeared as Odysseus dragged his makeshift raft onto the pristine beach, her divine nature immediately recognizable through beauty that transcended mortal limitations, while her movements carried the fluid grace that characterized beings unbound by physical constraints. The nymph stood nearly as tall as a mortal woman, but possessed proportions that seemed perfect from every angle of observation, while her hair changed colour subtly depending on the light that struck it, shifting between gold and silver and copper in patterns that followed no earthly logic. Her clothing consisted of fabrics that seemed woven from sea foam and sunlight, materials that provided complete coverage while appearing almost transparent in certain illumination. The goddess received her unexpected visitor with hospitality that exceeded even the legendary standards of divine entertainment, providing food and shelter that addressed not just his immediate physical needs, but the deeper exhaustion that months of supernatural ordeals had inflicted upon his body and spirit. Her palace occupied the island's central highlands, its architecture blending seamlessly with the natural landscape, while incorporating design elements that demonstrated mastery over both stone and living wood. Rooms flowed into each other without obvious boundaries, while windows opened onto views that seemed to encompass distant lands that could not possibly be visible from this location. The meals that Calypso provided included delicacies from every region of the Mediterranean world, along with foods that possessed no earthly equivalent, their flavours creating sensations that mortal tongues had never experienced. Wine flowed from sources that required no grapes, while bread emerged from ovens that burned no fuel, yet maintained perfect temperatures for baking. The abundance reflected not just divine power, but genuine care for her guests' welfare, as every dish seemed designed to address specific nutritional deficiencies that his long ordeal had created. The goddess's interest in her visitor extended far beyond simple hospitality, as she recognized in Odysseus qualities that made him worthy of immortal companionship despite his mortal origins. His reputation for intelligence and resourcefulness had reached even this remote corner of the divine realm, while his sufferings had purified him of the crude materialism that characterized most mortals who sought divine favor. Calypso saw in him the potential for transformation into something greater than human, a companion who could share her eternal existence while retaining the creativity and passion that made mortal consciousness valuable to immortal beings. The offer of immortality came gradually, emerging through conversations that revealed the full scope of what the goddess could provide to someone willing to abandon his mortal identity permanently. Calypso possessed the power to grant eternal life along with youth and health that would never diminish, creating conditions where physical suffering and death would become impossible rather than merely postponed. The transformation would preserve his consciousness and memories while eliminating the limitations that mortality imposed on human potential, allowing him to develop capabilities that no mortal hero had ever possessed. The price of this divine gift involved complete severance from his previous existence, including all relationships and obligations that connected him to the mortal world. Calypso explained that immortality required absolute commitment, as any lingering attachments to mortal concerns would create psychological conflicts that could drive even divine beings to madness over the centuries. The process could not be reversed once completed, making the decision irrevocable in ways that mortal choices never were. Acceptance would mean that Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, would cease to exist, replaced by an immortal being who retained his memories but no longer shared his fundamental nature. The goddess's arguments in favour of this transformation addressed every rational objection that mortal wisdom could raise against abandoning human existence. She pointed out that his kingdom had probably forgotten him after so many years of absence, while his family had likely accepted his death and moved on with their lives. The suitors who plagued Penelope would eventually force her to remarry, regardless of her personal preferences, making his return meaningless even if it proved possible. His son Telemachus had grown to manhood without paternal guidance, and might not even recognise the father who had been absent throughout his formative years. The futility of heroic achievement provided another compelling argument for accepting immortality, as Calypso demonstrated through examples drawn from countless legendary figures whose great deeds had been forgotten within generations of their deaths. Even Achilles, whose glory was supposed to be eternal, was already becoming a mere name in songs that distorted his actual accomplishments, while inventing fictional exploits that bore no relationship to historical reality. The promise of immortal fame that drove heroes to risk their lives proved illusory when examined across the vast timescales that immortal beings used to measure significance. The pleasures available to an immortal companion of a goddess exceeded anything that mortal existence could offer, as Calypso possessed the power to fulfill desires that human life could barely imagine. Her island could be reshaped according to his preferences, creating any landscape or climate that might appeal to his aesthetic sensibilities. Time itself could be manipulated to provide extended periods for pursuing interests that mortal lifespans made impossible to explore fully. The accumulated wisdom of centuries would become available to him, along with perspectives on existence that no mortal philosopher had ever achieved. Despite these compelling arguments, Odysseus found himself unable to accept the goddess's offer, driven by attachments to his mortal identity that proved stronger than rational self-interest. His refusal puzzled Calypso, who had expected that any mortal would eagerly embrace the opportunity to transcend the limitations and sufferings that defined human existence. Her confusion reflected the fundamental difference between divine and mortal consciousness, as immortal beings could not comprehend the psychological mechanisms that made temporary existence meaningful to creatures who knew they must eventually die. The hero's daily routine on Ogygia, developed into a pattern that emphasized his psychological resistance to the paradise that surrounded him, as he spent hours each day sitting on the beach facing toward the direction where Ithaca lay beyond the horizon. These vigils became rituals of remembrance and longing that reinforced his connection to the mortal world, while rejecting the timeless contentment that the island offered. His tears during these sessions reflected not just sadness about his separation from home, but active resistance to the forgetfulness that extended residence in paradise might eventually produce. The goddess's initial patience with her guest's melancholy gradually transformed into frustration as months passed without any sign that he might reconsider her offer of immortality. Calypso had expected that the pleasures of divine companionship would eventually overcome his attachment to mortal concerns, but instead found that his longing for home intensified rather than diminished over time. Her efforts to distract him through entertainment and luxury proved counterproductive, as each new pleasure seemed to remind him of what he had lost rather than compensating for his losses. The psychological dynamics of their relationship reflected the fundamental incompatibility between divine and mortal perspectives on existence, as Calypso's immortal viewpoint made it impossible for her to understand why temporary relationships could seem more valuable than eternal ones. Her genuine affection for Odysseus became complicated by frustration at his refusal to appreciate the gifts she offered, while his gratitude for her kindness was undermined by resentment at being prevented from returning to the life he had chosen. The situation created emotional tensions that neither party could resolve through rational discussion. Years passed in this state of beautiful imprisonment, with the island's timeless environment making it difficult to track the exact duration of his captivity. The absence of seasonal changes or natural aging processes eliminated the normal markers that mortals use to measure time's passage, creating a psychological disorientation that added to the stress of separation from his familiar world. Odysseus maintained his sanity through deliberate efforts to remember specific details about Ithaca and his family, using these memories as anchors that prevented him from losing his identity entirely to the island's supernatural influence. The goddess's behaviour toward her reluctant guest oscillated between genuine affection and divine petulance, as her immortal nature made it difficult for her to accept rejection of what she considered the ultimate gift. Her attempts to win his love through increasingly elaborate demonstrations of her power only emphasized the artificial nature of their relationship, while her occasional displays of temper revealed the dangerous potential that lay beneath her beautiful exterior. The situation contained elements of both comedy and tragedy, as two beings who genuinely cared for each other found themselves locked in a conflict that neither could resolve through compromise. 7 years of this existence had passed when divine intervention finally provided the resolution that neither Odysseus nor Calypso could achieve it independently. The catalyst came from Athena, whose long-standing affection for the hero had never wavered despite the supernatural obstacles that prevented her from providing direct assistance. The goddess of wisdom had been waiting for an opportunity to advocate for his release, but Poseidon's continuing anger had made such intervention politically dangerous within the complex hierarchy of Olympian politics. The opportunity arose when Poseidon departed on an extended journey to visit the Ethiopians, whose pious sacrifices had earned them special favour from the sea god. This absence created a temporary power vacuum in the divine council that Athena could exploit to raise the issue of Odysseus's fate without immediately triggering opposition from his primary antagonist. The timing required careful calculation, as Poseidon's return would quickly restore the status quo that had kept the hero trapped on Calypso's island for so many years. Athena's petition to Zeus emphasized not just the injustice of Odysseus's prolonged punishment, but the broader implications of allowing divine caprice to override the natural order that governed mortal existence. Her argument stressed that the hero had already suffered consequences far exceeding his original transgressions, while his continued imprisonment served no constructive purpose in maintaining divine authority or deterring future sacrilege. The case required delicate presentation, as it involved challenging decisions that Zeus himself had either made or allowed to stand unchallenged for years. The goddess of wisdom's rhetorical strategy focused on legal and philosophical principles, rather than emotional appeals, presenting Odysseus's situation as a test case for divine justice that would establish precedents affecting future relationships between gods and mortals. She argued that excessive punishment undermined respect for divine authority by creating perceptions of arbitrary cruelty rather than measured justice, while the hero's exemplary behaviour during his captivity demonstrated genuine repentance that merited consideration for clemency. The presentation required careful balance between criticism of existing policies and respect for Zeus's ultimate authority over such decisions. Zeus's response reflected both his genuine concern for justice and his political awareness of the complex relationships that governed Olympian society. The king of the gods acknowledged the validity of Athena's arguments, while recognizing that any decision regarding Odysseus would need to account for Poseidon's legitimate grievances and continuing anger. The solution required diplomatic finesse that would satisfy multiple divine constituencies while establishing principles that could guide similar cases in the future. The Divine Council's deliberations proceeded according to protocols that had governed Olympian decision-making since the establishment of Zeus's reign, with each major deity given opportunity to present their perspectives on the case before a final verdict was reached. The discussion revealed a complex web of relationships and obligations that influenced divine politics, as gods who had no direct interest in Odysseus's fate found themselves taking positions based on their alliances with other deities or their views on broader questions of divine authority and mortal relationships. The final decision emerged as a compromise that acknowledged both Athena's arguments for mercy and the need to respect Poseidon's legitimate authority over matters involving his domain. Zeus ordered Odysseus's release from Calypso's island while maintaining that the hero would still need to face additional trials before reaching home safely. The ruling satisfied the immediate demand for justice, while preserving the sea god's right to continue his opposition within reasonable bounds that would not prevent the eventual homecoming that fate had decreed. The implementation of this divine decree required Hermes to serve as Zeus's messenger, carrying the order to Calypso while providing the diplomatic support necessary to ensure compliance with what would certainly be an unwelcome command. The messenger god's mission involved not just delivering instructions, but managing the emotional and political complications that would arise from forcing an immortal being to surrender something she valued highly. The task required all of Hermes' legendary skill at negotiation and persuasion to achieve success without creating lasting resentment that might complicate future divine relationships. Hermes arrived at Calypso's island with the swift efficiency that characterized all his divine missions, his winged sandals carrying him across the vast expanse of ocean that separated Ogygia from the civilized world. The messenger god found the nymph in her customary position overlooking the sea, her immortal beauty unmarked by the years of frustration she had endured watching her beloved guest pine for his distant homeland. Her divine nature allowed her to sense the approaching deity long before his physical form became visible, and the formal nature of his arrival immediately indicated that this visit carried official weight rather than representing casual divine socializing. The delivery of Zeus's decree proceeded with the diplomatic precision that Hermes had perfected through centuries of carrying unwelcome messages between immortal beings whose pride and power made them dangerous when crossed. The messenger god's words carried the full authority of Olympian law while maintaining the respectful tone necessary when addressing a goddess whose cooperation was essential for implementing the divine will. His explanation emphasized that the order came directly from Zeus himself, making resistance not just futile but potentially catastrophic for anyone who might consider defying the king of the gods. Calypso's reaction revealed the depth of her attachment to Odysseus and her genuine inability to comprehend why mortals valued temporary relationships over eternal ones. Her protests focused not on the injustice of the command, but on the practical impossibility of the task it demanded, as her island possessed no ship capable of carrying a mortal across the vast distances that separated it from inhabited lands. The goddess had never needed conventional transportation, her divine nature allowing her to travel through means unavailable to mortal beings, while her isolation had made shipbuilding skills unnecessary for maintaining her paradise. The nymph's arguments also addressed the cruelty of sending a single man across dangerous waters in a vessel he would need to construct himself, using only the primitive tools available on an island that had never required serious manufacturing capabilities. Her concern for Odysseus' safety appeared genuine, though it was complicated by her obvious reluctance to lose the companion who had provided her only meaningful relationship with a mortal consciousness. The emotional complexity of her situation created a diplomatic challenge that required Hermes to balance firm insistence on compliance with acknowledgement of her legitimate concerns. The messenger god's response demonstrated the careful preparation that had preceded his mission, as he provided specific instructions for assisting Odysseus in constructing a seaworthy vessel using materials available on the island. The guidance included technical details about shipbuilding techniques that would allow a single person to create a craft capable of surviving ocean voyages, along with divine assurances that supernatural assistance would be provided to ensure the journey's ultimate success. These practical solutions addressed Calypso's stated objections, while making clear that further resistance would be viewed as defiance of Zeus's direct command. The goddess's final acceptance of the inevitable came with the bitter grace of an immortal being, who understood the futility of opposing the established hierarchy of divine authority. Her agreement to provide the assistance necessary for Odysseus's departure reflected not just political necessity, but genuine care for his welfare, as she recognized that continued captivity would only increase his suffering without providing any corresponding benefit to herself. The decision marked the end of 7 years of beautiful imprisonment and the beginning of preparations for a journey that would test both divine promises and mortal capabilities. The construction of the raft that would carry Odysseus away from Ogygia required 4 days of intensive labour using tools that Calypso provided through her divine powers. The goddess supplied a bronze axe whose edge never dulled despite the extensive cutting required to fell the large trees needed for the vessel's framework, while an adze allowed him to shape the timbers with precision that would have been impossible using primitive implements. The work proceeded according to shipbuilding principles he'd learned during his youth in Ithaca, though the scale and materials differed significantly from anything he'd previously constructed. The trees selected for the project included 20 massive poplars, whose straight trunks provided the structural elements necessary for creating a vessel large enough to carry sufficient supplies for an extended ocean voyage. The timber's preparation required careful attention to techniques that would maximize strength while minimizing weight, as the finished craft would need to be both seaworthy and manageable by a single operator. Each log was carefully shaped and fitted to its neighbours, using joinery methods that created strong connections without requiring metal fasteners that were unavailable on the island. The raft's design incorporated features borrowed from both ship and house construction, creating a hybrid vessel that could serve as both transportation and shelter during the voyage ahead. The central platform measured 20 feet in length and 12 feet in width, providing adequate space for sleeping, cooking, and storing the supplies that Calypso had promised to provide. Raised sides created protection against waves and weather, while a small cabin structure offered enclosed space where he could take refuge during storms or extreme conditions. The most challenging aspect of the construction involved creating a steering system that would allow precise navigation despite the craft's unconventional design and the absence of a conventional crew to assist with sail handling. The solution required a large steering oar mounted at the stern along with a simple but effective rigging system that would enable single-handed operation of a square sail designed to catch favourable winds. The arrangement demanded careful balance between functionality and simplicity, as complex systems would be impossible to maintain or repair during an ocean voyage. Calypso's assistance extended beyond providing tools and materials to include divine enhancement of the vessel's capabilities through subtle magical interventions that would improve its seaworthiness without making it obviously supernatural. The timbers were treated with oils that would prevent rot and insect damage, while making them more resistant to the stresses of ocean travel. The lashings that held the structure together received similar enhancement, ensuring they would maintain their strength despite the constant flexing that wave action would impose on the joints. The goddess also provided supplies for the journey that exceeded anything mortal provisioning could have achieved, including water that would remain fresh indefinitely and food that would sustain him regardless of the voyage's duration. The stores included wine of exceptional quality, along with bread that would never grow stale, and dried fruits that retained their nutritional value despite extended storage. These provisions reflected divine foresight about the challenges he would face, while demonstrating Calypso's continuing care for his welfare, even as she prepared to lose him forever. The departure from Ogygia occurred on the 18th day after Hermes had delivered Zeus's command, with Odysseus launching his handmade vessel into waters that had remained calm throughout the construction period. The goddess had provided him with clothing suitable for sea travel, along with additional equipment that would prove essential for navigation and survival during the voyage ahead. Her final gift consisted of a favourable wind that would carry him away from the island, while allowing him to maintain the proper heading toward the distant lands where mortal civilization awaited his return. The sailing proceeded smoothly for 17 days, with steady winds and calm seas that allowed him to make excellent progress toward his destination, while becoming familiar with his unusual vessel's handling characteristics. The raft responded differently than conventional ships to wind and wave action, requiring adjustments in sailing technique that he mastered through careful observation and experimentation. The craft's stability proved excellent in moderate conditions, while its shallow draft allowed it to ride over waves that might have troubled deeper vessels. The navigation challenge involved maintaining proper heading without the familiar landmarks or celestial references that Mediterranean sailors used for determining position and direction. Calypso had provided general guidance about the course he should follow, but the vast distances involved and the unfamiliar star patterns in these remote waters made precise navigation extremely difficult. His solution involved using the sun's position during daylight hours while relying on the North Star during clear nights to maintain approximately correct heading toward the northeast. The routine of single-handed sailing required constant attention to wind conditions and sail adjustment, as the lack of crew made it impossible to maintain watch schedules that would allow for adequate rest periods. Sleep became a luxury that could only be enjoyed during periods of particularly stable weather, while meals had to be prepared and consumed while maintaining vigilance for changes and conditions that might threaten the vessel's safety. The isolation proved psychologically challenging despite his years of preparation on Calypso's island, as the absence of any other human consciousness created a profound sense of solitude. Poseidon's return from his Ethiopian sojourn occurred precisely as Odysseus approached the final phase of his ocean crossing, the sea god's divine senses immediately detecting the presence of his nemesis, travelling across waters that fell under his direct authority. The discovery triggered a rage that had been building for years, as the deity realized that his absence had been exploited to circumvent his will and release the mortal who had blinded his son Polyphemus. The timing of this revelation, coming just as success seemed within reach, represented a cruel irony that demonstrated the god's ability to manipulate mortal hopes and fears for their own purposes. The supernatural storm that erupted around the small raft exceeded even the divine tempest that had scattered the original Greek fleet, as Poseidon focused his full attention on destroying this single vessel and its lone occupant. Waves rose to impossible heights, while winds shifted direction with violent suddenness, that made sail handling extremely dangerous for someone operating without assistance. The bronze fittings that had seemed so sturdy during construction proved inadequate against forces that treated normal materials like fragile pottery, while the enhanced lashings began showing signs of stress under pressures they were never designed to withstand. The raft's destruction proceeded systematically as Poseidon's wrath manifested through increasingly violent weather that targeted specific components of the vessel's structure. The mast snapped first, its bronze fittings torn apart by winds that exceeded any natural phenomenon, while the sail was shredded into fragments that disappeared into the storm's fury. The steering oar followed, broken off at its mounting point by a wave that struck with the force of a battering ram, while the cabin structure collapsed under the weight of water that fell like liquid stone from the impossible heights above. The final blow came as a massive wave larger than any previous assault lifted the disintegrating raft to a height where the air itself seemed thin, then dropped it into a trough so deep that the storm's fury momentarily disappeared above the walls of water that surrounded the tiny craft. The impact when the vessel struck the bottom of this liquid valley completed its destruction, scattering the carefully joined timbers across hundreds of yards of churning sea while leaving Odysseus clinging to a single piece of decking that provided minimal buoyancy in the supernatural tempest. The intervention that saved his life came from an unexpected source, as Leucothea, a minor sea goddess who had once been mortal herself, took pity on his desperate situation and provided divine assistance that Poseidon's rage had not anticipated. The goddess appeared in the form of a seabird that landed on his makeshift float just long enough to deliver a magical veil that would provide supernatural protection against drowning. Her instructions were brief but clear. He must abandon even this last remnant of his vessel and trust entirely to swimming, using the divine protection to sustain him through waters that no mortal could normally survive. The decision to abandon his final connection to the destroyed raft required courage that transcended normal human limitations, as accepting the goddess's advice meant trusting his life to supernatural promises while surrendering the last physical object that provided any sense of security in the chaos surrounding him. The magical veil appeared to be nothing more than ordinary cloth, its divine properties invisible to mortal perception, while its effectiveness would only be proven through the ultimate test of survival in impossible conditions. The choice embodied the faith that heroes must demonstrate when confronted with situations where rational analysis provides no guidance. The swimming that followed tested every aspect of his physical conditioning and mental determination, as he struggled through waters that seemed designed to exhaust human endurance, while supernatural currents carried him toward an unknown destination. The divine veil's protection manifested not as obvious magical assistance, but a subtle enhancement of his natural capabilities, allowing him to maintain strength and coordination despite conditions that should have killed him within minutes. The experience required absolute focus on immediate survival, while maintaining enough awareness to recognize favourable changes in current or weather that might indicate approaching safety. 2 days and nights of this superhuman effort brought him within sight of a coastline that appeared more welcoming than the harsh shores he had encountered during his previous adventures. The land showed signs of cultivation and civilization, with harbours and settlements visible along a coast that curved gently to provide natural protection from the worst ocean storms. The beaches consisted of fine sand rather than the rocky shores that had characterized many of his previous landfalls, while the vegetation suggested a climate and geography similar to his beloved Ithaca. The final approach to shore presented its own challenges, as the surf conditions near the beach created waves that could easily dash an exhausted swimmer against rocks or drag him back into deep water despite his proximity to safety. The divine protection that had sustained him through the open ocean continued to function during these crucial moments, guiding him toward a section of coastline where a small river mouth created calmer conditions suitable for a safe landing. The fresh water flowing into the sea also provided an immediate source of drinking water that his salt-saturated body desperately needed. The collapse that followed his successful landing reflected the complete exhaustion that 2 days of supernatural swimming had inflicted on his physical and mental resources. His body shut down completely once safety was achieved, leaving him unconscious on the beach where he had dragged himself beyond the reach of the waves. The sleep that claimed him was deeper than normal rest, approaching the temporary death that extreme exhaustion could produce in mortals who had pushed their capabilities beyond all reasonable limits. His survival depended entirely on the kindness of whoever might discover him in this vulnerable condition. The discovery came at dawn when Princess Nausicaa of the Phaeacians arrived at this particular beach with her companions to wash the royal household's finest clothing in the fresh water where the river met the sea. The princess had been guided to this location through a dream sent by Athena, who had recognized that divine intervention was necessary to ensure that Odysseus would receive appropriate assistance from people capable of providing the help he needed. The timing of this encounter reflected the careful planning that the goddess of wisdom had employed to coordinate multiple elements of his rescue and eventual homecoming. Nausicaa's initial reaction to discovering a naked, salt-encrusted stranger sleeping on the beach demonstrated both the caution appropriate to her royal status and the compassion that characterized Phaeacian culture. Her companions fled in terror at the sight of this wild-looking figure who might represent anything from a dangerous criminal to a supernatural being, but the princess herself recognized the signs of someone who had survived shipwreck and needed immediate assistance. Her decision to approach him despite the obvious risks reflected both personal courage and adherence to the religious obligations that governed proper treatment of suppliants. The awakening conversation between Odysseus and Nausicaa proceeded according to the formal protocols that governed interactions between strangers of uncertain status, with both parties demonstrating awareness of the social and religious implications of their encounter. The hero's supplication followed traditional forms that invoke divine protection for both himself and anyone who might provide assistance, while his careful attention to modesty despite his desperate condition showed respect for the princess's royal dignity. The exchange established the foundation for the guest-host relationship that would determine his treatment by Phaeacian society. The princess's response revealed both practical wisdom and genuine kindness, as she provided immediate assistance while carefully managing the social implications of being discovered alone with an unknown man. Her instructions to her servants demonstrated diplomatic skill that balanced his immediate needs against the requirements of maintaining her reputation, ensuring that he would receive proper care without creating gossip that might complicate his eventual reception by her parents. The clothing and food she provided came from the royal household's own supplies, marking him as someone under royal protection rather than a common beggar. The guidance that Nausicaa provided for approaching her father's palace reflected sophisticated understanding of Phaeacian politics and social customs, as she explained the proper protocols for presenting himself as a suppliant seeking assistance from King Alcinous. Her instructions emphasized the importance of appealing directly to Queen Oete, whose influence over her husband exceeded that of most royal wives, and whose approval would be essential for securing the kind of assistance he would need. The advice demonstrated the princess's political awareness, while revealing the unusual power structure that characterized Phaeacian society. The approach to the city of the Phaeacians revealed a civilization that had achieved levels of prosperity and sophistication that exceeded even the greatest Greek cities of the heroic age. The walls surrounding the settlement were constructed from fitted stone blocks that showed no gaps or irregularities, while the gates were made from bronze worked into decorative patterns that demonstrated both artistic skill and abundant resources. The streets within were paved with smooth stones and lined with houses that showed architectural refinement far beyond the crude constructions that characterized most Mediterranean settlements. The palace of King Alcinous occupied the city's highest point, its design incorporating elements that seem to blend mortal craftsmanship with divine inspiration in ways that created structures of unprecedented beauty and functionality. The walls were constructed from bronze that gleamed like the sun, while the doors were made from gold and silver worked into patterns that seemed to move and shift when observed from different angles. Gardens surrounded the building contained plants from every climate zone in the known world, their impossible coexistence suggesting supernatural intervention in natural processes. The most remarkable feature of the royal residence was its hall, where King Alcinous held court and entertained guests according to traditions that had made Phaeacian hospitality legendary throughout the Mediterranean world. The room's dimensions exceeded those of any comparable structure, with a ceiling supported by columns carved from single pieces of marble, while the floors consisted of precious stones arranged in patterns that told the history of the Phaeacian people through symbolic representations. Tapestries depicting scenes from mythology and history covered the walls, their workmanship rivaling anything produced in the greatest cities of the ancient world. The king himself embodied the ideal of enlightened rulership that characterized Phaeacian political culture, combining personal dignity with genuine concern for his subjects' welfare, while maintaining the kind of court that attracted visitors from throughout the civilized world. Alcinous possessed the physical presence that marked him as a natural leader, standing taller than most men while carrying himself with the confidence that came from unquestioned authority exercised with wisdom and restraint. His clothing reflected both royal status and practical functionality, consisting of fine fabrics worked with precious metals, but designed for comfort rather than mere display. Queen Arete represented an even more remarkable figure, as her influence over Phaeacian policy exceeded that of most male rulers, while her wisdom in resolving disputes had become legendary among people who valued justice and fair dealing. Her appearance suggested both intelligence and strength of character, with features that commanded respect rather than merely admiration, while her bearing indicated someone accustomed to making decisions that affected thousands of lives. The Queen's position in Phaeacian society reflected cultural values that recognized merit regardless of gender, creating political structures that were unique in the ancient world. The formal presentation of Odysseus as a suppliant seeking royal protection proceeded according to ancient protocols that had governed such encounters since the earliest days of Greek civilization. His approach to Queen Arete followed the specific guidance that Princess Nausicaa had provided, with his supplication emphasizing both his desperate need for assistance and his respect for the divine laws that protected those who sought help from strangers. The ritual aspects of this encounter carried religious significance that made refusal not just inhospitable, but potentially sacrilegious. The Queen's response demonstrated the sophisticated political awareness that had made her influence so significant in Phaeacian society, as she recognized immediately that this stranger possessed qualities that marked him as someone of exceptional importance despite his current desperate condition. Her questions probed his background and circumstances without violating the courtesy owed to suppliants, while her obvious intelligence made it clear that she was evaluating not just his immediate needs, but the broader implications of providing the assistance he requested. The conversation established the foundation for a relationship that would prove crucial to his eventual homecoming. King Alcinous' addition to the discussion revealed the collaborative nature of Phaeacian royal decision-making, as he deferred to his wife's judgment while adding his own perspectives on the practical aspects of providing assistance to someone whose identity and destination remained mysterious. The king's questions focused on logistical considerations such as transportation and supplies, while his obvious willingness to provide help reflected both personal generosity and adherence to cultural values that made hospitality a sacred obligation. The royal couple's interaction demonstrated the kind of partnership that had made their reign so successful. The decision to provide Odysseus with full royal hospitality while he recovered from his ordeal and prepared for the final stage of his journey home reflected Phaeacian values that treated guest friendship as one of the highest expressions of civilized behavior. The arrangements made for his comfort exceeded anything he had experienced since leaving Troy, with private quarters in the palace itself, along with clothing and personal services appropriate to his apparent status as someone of noble birth. The treatment marked him as an honoured guest rather than a mere refugee, establishing social expectations that would influence all subsequent interactions. The evening's entertainment in the royal hall provided the setting for the revelation of his identity and the recounting of his adventures that would complete the narrative framework of his long journey home. The Phaeacian court's appreciation for storytelling and heroic poetry created an ideal audience for the tale he had to tell, while the civilized atmosphere of the gathering offered a stark contrast to the supernatural dangers and primitive peoples he had encountered during his wanderings. The setting emphasized how far he travelled not just geographically, but culturally, from the world of monsters and magic that had defined his recent experiences. The blind bard Demodocus began the evening's performance with songs celebrating the Trojan War's heroes, his voice carrying across the great hall with the practiced skill of someone who had spent decades perfecting his craft. The musician's repertoire included detailed accounts of battles and individual exploits that demonstrated intimate knowledge of events that had occurred far from Phaeacian shores, suggesting an information network that connected this remote kingdom to the broader Mediterranean world. His performance of a particular song about the quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles moved the still anonymous guest to tears, revealing emotional depths that contradicted his carefully maintained composure. King Alcinous noticed his guest's reaction to the bardic performance and tactfully called for athletic competitions to provide alternative entertainment that might prove less emotionally challenging. The games that followed showcased Phaeacian excellence in various sports, with young nobles demonstrating skills in running, wrestling, discus throwing and boxing that reflected both natural ability and extensive training. The competitions were conducted with the kind of civilized restraint that characterized all aspects of Phaeacian culture, emphasizing excellence and fair play rather than the brutal competitiveness that marked similar contests in other Greek societies. The challenge issued to Odysseus to participate in these athletic contests initially met with polite refusal, as he claimed that his recent sufferings had left him unfit for such activities. However, when one of the younger Phaeacians suggested that his reluctance indicated lack of athletic ability rather than temporary weakness, the hero's pride overcame his diplomatic caution. His response took the form of a discus throw that exceeded the best Phaeacian effort by a considerable margin, the bronze disc travelling so far that it required careful measurement to verify the unprecedented distance achieved. This demonstration of superhuman strength immediately altered the court's perception of their mysterious guest, as the throw's distance indicated capabilities that exceeded normal mortal limitations. The feat suggested either divine heritage or supernatural enhancement, possibilities that made his identity a matter of intense speculation among the assembled nobles. King Alcinous's response reflected both diplomatic skill and genuine curiosity, as he acknowledged his guest's obvious excellence while carefully probing for information about his background and origins. The revelation of Odysseus's identity came during the evening's second bardic performance, when Demodocus sang about the Trojan horse and the fall of Troy with such accuracy and emotional power that the hero could no longer maintain his anonymity. The tears that flowed down his face as he listened to his own exploits being celebrated in song created a scene of profound pathos that moved the entire court to silence. King Alcinous recognized that only someone who had personally experienced these events could react with such intensity to their artistic recreation. The formal introduction that followed established Odysseus's credentials as one of the most famous heroes of his generation, while his subsequent narrative of his wanderings provided the Phaeacian court with entertainment that exceeded anything in their previous experience. The tale he told encompassed encounters with supernatural beings, divine interventions, and geographical wonders that transported his audience far beyond the boundaries of their civilized world. Each episode was recounted with the kind of detail that only personal experience could provide, while his obvious intelligence and rhetorical skill made even the most fantastic elements seem credible. The account of his adventures served multiple purposes beyond mere entertainment, as it established his worthiness for the royal assistance he had requested, while providing valuable intelligence about the dangers that existed in the waters beyond Phaeacian territory. His descriptions of the Cyclopes, the Laestrygonians, and other supernatural threats offered practical information that could benefit future Phaeacian expeditions, while his encounters with the divine beings demonstrated the kind of favour and opposition that marked him as someone of cosmic significance. The narrative transformed him from a mysterious castaway into a figure whose reputation demanded the highest levels of respect and assistance. The Phaeacian response to his story reflected both genuine amazement at the scope of his adventures and practical appreciation for the honour that his presence brought to their kingdom. King Alcinous immediately ordered preparations for providing transportation that would be worthy of such a distinguished guest, while Queen Arete supervised the selection of gifts that would demonstrate appropriate generosity towards someone of his legendary status. The court's reaction established precedents for royal hospitality that would be remembered for generations as examples of proper treatment for heroic visitors. The ship selected for Odysseus's final journey home represented the pinnacle of Phaeacian naval technology, with design features that incorporated both practical seamanship and supernatural enhancements that made their vessels the fastest and most reliable in the ancient world. The craft measured 60 feet in length with proportional beam and depth that provided excellent stability in rough seas, while its bronze-reinforced construction could withstand stresses that would destroy ordinary vessels. The crew consisted of 52 oarsmen whose skill and coordination had been perfected through years of training in Phaeacian naval traditions. The most remarkable aspect of Phaeacian seamanship involved their ship's ability to navigate without conventional piloting, as the vessels possessed some form of supernatural guidance that allowed them to reach any destination their crews could visualize clearly. This capability eliminated the usual risks associated with ocean voyages, including storms, navigation errors, and encounters with hostile forces that might threaten conventional expeditions. The technology represented a divine gift that had made the Phaeacians the premier maritime power in their region, while maintaining their isolation from the conflicts that plagued other Mediterranean societies. The gifts provided for Odysseus's homecoming included treasures that exceeded the wealth he had originally taken from Troy, with gold, silver, bronze, and precious textiles that demonstrated both Phaeacian prosperity and their appreciation for his heroic status. The selection process involved careful consideration of items that would be both valuable and appropriate for someone of his royal rank, including ceremonial weapons, jewellery, and household goods that would restore his material position in Ithacan society. The generosity reflected cultural values that treated gift-giving as an essential expression of honour and friendship between noble families. The departure from Phaeacia proceeded with ceremonies that emphasised the significance of the occasion for both the departing hero and his hosts, who recognised that they were participating in events that would be remembered in songs and stories for centuries to come. The blessing rituals performed by Phaeacian priests invoked divine protection for the voyage, while acknowledging the cosmic forces that had brought this legendary figure to their shores. The formalities served both religious and political purposes, establishing the relationship between the two kingdoms while ensuring supernatural favour for the enterprise. The voyage itself proceeded with the supernatural efficiency that characterised all Phaeacian maritime expeditions, as the ship covered the vast distance between their island kingdom and Ithaca in a single night of sailing. The crew's rowing maintained perfect rhythm throughout the journey, while their captain navigated by methods that transcended normal seamanship, following courses that seemed to bend the normal relationships between time and space. Odysseus slept throughout this magical passage, his exhaustion from years of wandering finally finding release as divine forces carried him toward the homeland he had sought for so long. The landing on Ithaca's shores occurred at dawn in a secluded cove that provided perfect concealment for the sleeping hero and his treasure, as the Phaeacian crew carefully arranged both their passenger and his gifts to ensure maximum security during the vulnerable period before he awakened. The location had been chosen through supernatural guidance that anticipated his need for secrecy during the initial phase of his return, providing natural protection while remaining accessible to someone familiar with the island's geography. The Phaeacians departed immediately after completing their mission, their ship disappearing into the morning mist with the same mysterious efficiency that had characterized their arrival. Poseidon's punishment of the Phaeacians for assisting his enemy represented the final manifestation of divine wrath that had pursued Odysseus throughout his wanderings, though the sea god's revenge fell upon his benefactors rather than the hero himself. The transformation of their returning ship into stone just as it entered their home harbour served as a permanent monument to the consequences of opposing divine will, while the mountain that Poseidon raised around their city completed their isolation from the maritime activities that had defined their civilization. This divine retribution marked the end of Poseidon's active persecution, as his honour had been satisfied through punishment of those who had facilitated his enemy's escape. Odysseus awakened on familiar shores that initially seemed strange after his long absence, as 20 years of separation had altered both his perceptions and the landscape itself. The confusion was enhanced by Athena's intervention, as the goddess had shrouded the area in supernatural mist that prevented immediate recognition of landmarks that should have been instantly familiar. This divine deception served protective purposes by forcing him to proceed cautiously rather than rushing into situations that might prove dangerous, while providing time for the goddess to explain the current political situation that awaited his attention. The reunion with Athena occurred when the goddess revealed herself in her true form after testing his continued cleverness through a conversation in which she had appeared as a young shepherd. Her explanation of conditions in Ithaca during his absence provided crucial intelligence about the suitors who had overrun his palace, their numbers and political connections, and the precarious situation facing both Penelope and Telemachus. The information revealed that his homecoming would require careful planning and strategic thinking, rather than the direct confrontation that his warrior instincts might have preferred. The goddess's assistance extended beyond mere information to include physical transformation that would allow him to move freely throughout his kingdom without being recognized by enemies who might attempt to eliminate him before he could organize effective resistance. The disguise she provided aged his appearance dramatically, while altering his posture and manner of speaking to create the perfect camouflage of an elderly beggar whose presence would attract no attention from the noble suitors. The transformation was so complete that even his most intimate associates would be unable to recognize him without specific revelations of his true identity. The strategic value of this disguise became apparent as Odysseus began his reconnaissance of the situation in his own palace, moving freely among the suitors while gathering intelligence about their individual personalities, political alliances, and military capabilities. His observations revealed that the group included both local nobles seeking to advance their positions and foreign princes who saw marriage to Penelope as a path to controlling Ithaca's strategic location. The diversity of their backgrounds and motivations would complicate any attempt to resolve the situation through negotiation, making violent confrontation increasingly inevitable. The first person to recognize his true identity was Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd who had served the royal household faithfully throughout the long years of uncertainty about his master's fate. The reunion occurred at Eumaeus's remote farmstead, where the disguised king had sought shelter while conducting his investigation of current conditions. The swineherd's immediate recognition, despite the supernatural disguise, reflected both his intimate knowledge of his master's character and the deep emotional bonds that had connected them since childhood. His tears of joy and immediate offers of assistance demonstrated the kind of loyalty that would prove essential for the coming confrontation. Eumaeus's account of conditions during the royal absence provided detailed information about the suitors' behaviour and the suffering they had inflicted upon the household through their constant demands for food, wine, and entertainment. The swineherd's description emphasised both the material costs of their presence and the psychological toll their arrogance had taken on loyal servants who were powerless to resist their demands. His narrative revealed the extent to which normal social order had broken down in the absence of legitimate authority, creating conditions that demanded immediate restoration through decisive action. The reunion with Telemachus occurred when the young prince returned from his own journey, seeking news of his father, having travelled to Pylos and Sparta to consult with other veterans of the Trojan War. The meeting between father and son required careful orchestration by Athena, who temporarily removed Odysseus's disguise to allow recognition while ensuring that their conversation could proceed without interruption from potential observers. The emotional intensity of this first meeting after 20 years created a scene of profound pathos that emphasized the human costs of heroic adventure and divine punishment. Telemachus had grown into young manhood during his father's absence, developing the intelligence and courage that marked him as a worthy heir despite his lack of practical experience in leadership or warfare. His account of conditions in the palace confirmed and expanded upon the information that Eumaeus had provided, while his obvious determination to support whatever action his father deemed necessary demonstrated the kind of character that would be essential for reclaiming their kingdom. The planning session that followed established the basic strategy that would guide their approach to eliminating the suitors and restoring legitimate government. The plan that emerged from these consultations reflected Odysseus's tactical expertise and his understanding of the psychological factors that would determine the confrontation's outcome. The strategy involved maintaining his disguise while infiltrating the palace to assess the suitors' defences and identify potential allies among the household staff, followed by a carefully timed revelation of his identity that would maximise shock while minimising the enemy's ability to organise effective resistance. The approach required precise coordination between multiple participants and perfect timing to prevent the suitors from escaping or calling for external assistance. The return to the palace proceeded according to this carefully developed plan, with Odysseus maintaining his beggar disguise, while Telemachus prepared the ground for the coming confrontation through subtle modifications to the hall's layout and weapon storage. The disguised king's presence among the suitors allowed him to observe their individual characteristics and group dynamics while testing their reactions to various provocations. His interactions with them revealed both their arrogance and their fundamental weakness, as their comfortable lifestyle had made them soft and overconfident despite their numerical superiority. The most crucial aspect of this reconnaissance involved identifying which servants remained loyal to the legitimate royal family and could be trusted to provide assistance when the moment for action arrived. The investigation revealed that most of the household staff had maintained their allegiance despite years of pressure from the suitors, though their ability to provide effective help would depend on careful coordination and clear instructions about their specific roles in the coming battle. The loyal servants' knowledge of the palace layout and the suitors' routines would prove invaluable for ensuring the plan's success. The test of the great bow provided the perfect opportunity for revealing his identity while simultaneously demonstrating his continued worthiness to rule Ithaca. The weapon had belonged to his father and required exceptional strength and skill to string and draw effectively, making it an ideal proof of identity that none of the suitors could duplicate, despite their boastful claims about their own capabilities. The contest had been proposed by Penelope as a means of finally selecting a husband from among her persistent suitors, though her choice of this particular test suggested some unconscious hope that only her true husband could meet its requirements. The suitors' attempts to string the ancient bow provided both entertainment and intelligence about their individual capabilities, as each failure revealed specific weaknesses that could be exploited during the coming confrontation. Their frustration with the weapon's resistance to their efforts gradually escalated into anger and mutual recrimination that demonstrated the fragility of their alliance when faced with challenges that exposed their individual limitations. The psychological pressure of repeated failures in front of their peers created exactly the kind of emotional instability that would work to Odysseus's advantage when violence finally erupted. The moment of revelation came when Odysseus, still maintaining his beggar disguise, requested permission to attempt the test himself despite the suitor's objections to allowing a mere vagrant to handle such a prestigious weapon. His effortless stringing of the bow that had defeated all their efforts created immediate silence in the great hall, as the assembled nobles recognized that they were witnessing something far beyond normal human capability. The arrow he shot through the 12 axe heads, arranged as targets, completed a feat that confirmed his identity, while demonstrating the deadly accuracy that would soon be turned against them. The systematic slaughter that followed proceeded with the methodical efficiency that Odysseus had learned during years of warfare, as he and his allies eliminated the suitors with a combination of archery, spear work, and sword fighting that gave their enemies no opportunity to organize effective resistance. The battle's opening phase involved picking off individual targets with arrows shot from the hall's upper level, where the king had positioned himself to maximize his tactical advantage while minimizing the suitors' ability to reach him with their own weapons. Each shot was carefully aimed to eliminate specific leaders, whose deaths would further demoralize and disorganize the remaining opposition. The transition to close combat occurred when the suitors finally managed to arm themselves and attempt a coordinated assault on their tormentor's position, forcing Odysseus and his supporters to engage in the kind of hand-to-hand fighting that had characterized the siege of Troy. The confined space of the Great Hall worked to the defenders' advantage, as it prevented the numerically superior suitors from bringing their full strength to bear while allowing the smaller force of loyal fighters to use their superior skill and coordination effectively. The battle's outcome was never in doubt once the initial surprise had been achieved, though the fighting continued until every suitor had been killed or mortally wounded. The aftermath of this comprehensive slaughter required careful attention to both practical and religious considerations, as the elimination of so many nobles would have significant political consequences, while the blood spilled in the royal hall demanded proper purification rituals. The identification and punishment of disloyal servants who had collaborated with the suitors proceeded according to established legal principles, though the severity of their betrayal warranted execution rather than lesser penalties. The cleaning and purification of the palace required extensive ritual procedures that would restore the building's sacred character after the violence that had occurred within its walls. The reunion with Penelope represented the most emotionally complex aspect of Odysseus's homecoming, as 20 years of separation had created psychological barriers that could not be overcome through simple physical recognition. The Queen's initial skepticism about the stranger's claimed identity reflected both natural caution and the psychological protection mechanisms she had developed during years of uncertainty about her husband's fate. Her famous test involving knowledge of their marriage bed's construction provided the perfect proof of identity, while demonstrating the intimate understanding that had characterized their relationship before his departure for Troy. The marriage bed's secret lay in its construction from a living olive tree whose trunk had been carved and shaped to form the bed frame without severing its connection to the earth, creating a piece of furniture that could not be moved without destroying the entire structure. This detail was known only to Odysseus, Penelope, and a single trusted servant who had assisted in the bed's creation, making it an ideal test that no impostor could pass regardless of how much general information they might have acquired about the royal family. His accurate description of this intimate secret finally convinced Penelope that her long-lost husband had indeed returned home safely. The emotional reunion that followed this recognition provided resolution to the personal drama that had motivated Odysseus throughout his long journey, as husband and wife rediscovered the deep connection that had sustained them through 20 years of separation. Their private conversation revealed how both had changed during the intervening decades, while confirming that the fundamental compatibility that had originally brought them together remained intact despite the trials they had endured. The restoration of their marriage represented not just personal happiness, but the re-establishment of legitimate royal authority in Ithaca. The meeting with his father Laertes required careful preparation, as the old king's withdrawal from public life and his obvious psychological deterioration demanded sensitive handling to avoid causing additional trauma. Odysseus found his father working as a common labourer in his own orchards, his royal dignity abandoned in favour of the kind of deliberate self-punishment that reflected his grief over the losses his family had suffered. The reunion proceeded gradually, with the son first testing his father's mental condition through indirect conversation before revealing his true identity and providing the proof necessary to convince the aged monarch that his prayers had finally been answered. The restoration of Laertes to his proper royal status required both emotional healing and practical arrangements that would allow him to resume the dignified lifestyle appropriate to his position. The old king's joy at his son's return provided the psychological foundation for his recovery, while the elimination of the suitors had removed the political pressures that had made his withdrawal seem like the only viable response to circumstances beyond his control. The three-generation reunion of grandfather, father and son symbolized the restoration of a legitimate dynasty that would ensure Ithaca's continued independence and prosperity. The threat of blood feuds with the families of the slain suitors represented the final challenge that needed to be resolved before Odysseus could truly reclaim his kingdom and establish lasting peace. The relatives of the dead nobles had legitimate grievances under traditional Greek law, while their combined military resources could potentially challenge the restored royal authority if they chose to pursue vengeance rather than accepting compensation for their losses. The situation required diplomatic skill, combined with the implicit threat of force to achieve resolution that would satisfy both justice and practical necessity. Athena's final intervention prevented the escalation of this conflict into civil war by appearing in her divine form to both sides and commanding an end to the cycle of violence that threatened to destroy Ithaca's social order. The goddess's authority was sufficient to compel acceptance of her judgment, while her obvious favour toward Odysseus reinforced his legitimacy as the rightful king whose rule enjoyed divine sanction. Her decree established terms for reconciliation that satisfied honour, while preventing the bloodshed that would have weakened the kingdom and made it vulnerable to external enemies. The settlement that emerged from these divine and human negotiations created a new social compact that acknowledged the changes that had occurred during the king's long absence, while re-establishing the fundamental principles of legitimate government. The families of the slain suitors received compensation for their losses, while accepting Odysseus's right to punish those who had violated the laws of hospitality and royal authority. The agreement included provisions for preventing future conflicts, while establishing mechanisms for resolving disputes through legal, rather than violent means. The restoration of order in Ithaca marked the successful completion of Odysseus's long journey from the ruins of Troy to his own palace, a voyage that had tested every aspect of his character, while transforming him from a successful warrior into a wise ruler capable of governing with both justice and mercy. The trials he had endured provided him with perspectives on leadership and human nature that would serve him well during the years of peace that followed his homecoming. His adventures had become legendary even before his return, ensuring that his reputation would inspire future generations of heroes, while serving as a cautionary tale about the costs of defying divine will.